place or somebody else's. Okay, I'm going to clear the meeting open. We have not a full roll by the looks of things, but a couple of the meeting is being live webcast, and we have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place, and I'd ask you to observe them. You should be in a secure place during the meeting. You should not be driving while connected to the meeting, and if you are connected to the meeting, you've got to have your camera on. Please be present in the meeting and ensure your phone is turned off or at the very least on silent. So I'm going to welcome everybody here. We have a bit of a roll call first, shall we? Pardon?
No, because the other members aren't online until we release.
Are we going to do that before we have... Okay. First up, the Deputy Mayor is being called upon to say a few words to acknowledge the passing of Nikki Kay, the former MP for Auckland Central, who made a big contribution to Auckland and to the Hauri Gulf and Islands in particular, and who I last saw out at Aotea. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's both an honour and a privilege to acknowledge a dear friend and an amazing Aucklander who sadly passed away last weekend, the Honourable Nikki Kay. Nikki was a passionate lover of our city, who first went to school at Victoria Avenue in Remuera and then went on to be head girl at Corrin. Much has been said about Nikki Kay's time in Parliament, but today I want to acknowledge her contribution to Auckland. Nikki's electorate she represented was Auckland Central, a part of our city she loved and adored. And one of the reasons she loved that electorate and fought so hard to represent it was for its connection to both the urban and island life, including her most loved islands of Waiheke and Aotea Great Barrier. Nikki was unashamedly a passionate environmentalist. In her maiden speech, she said, and I quote, "Our environment is the greatest gift we have as a nation. There are people who think the environment is an issue that can be put aside when times are tough. I would ask people to look deeper and realise that both from a social and economic point of view, our environment is the most precious asset we have." Words that we should remember always. Nikki was also a staunch conservationalist. She was responsible for Aotea's Conservation Park on Great Barrier, 12,000 hectares, opened in April 2015. She fought hard to save our threatened plant and bird species and strongly supported our natural environment targeted rate and our investment into our regional parks. She was passionate about our Waitemata and Haureki Gulf and improving our marine infrastructure, along with improving protections to support that. Investment in water quality was important for her. She strongly supported our water quality targeted rate because it ring-fenced our water quality investment. In fact, one of the last things she did, having left Parliament, was to set up an organisation called Blue Nature, a charitable trust set up down at Westhaven and designed to restore ecosystems and create new biomass in oceans and coastal waterways through education, supporting and scaling social enterprises, new industries, and blue technology solutions. Her love of nature was immense. Being in our unique natural bush environment, smelling the flora and fauna, as well as the sea, put Nikki in her happy place. She often told me how lucky Auckland was as a city to have the likes of the Waitakere Ranges, our regional parks, and places where people could escape to be in tune with nature. Aotea Great Barrier was her happy place, her sanctuary. Long before she purchased her slice of paradise there, she dreamed of nurturing a garden with its rich soil And when that dream finally materialised, she threw herself into representing not just her beloved barrier, but all the islands of the Haureki Gulf with the same fierce dedication that defined her character. Like an unstoppable force of nature, Nikki's boundless enthusiasm and warmth touched everyone fortunate enough to work alongside her, and that's right across the political sphere. She campaigned for and supported public transport and infrastructure, including the CRL, which she was a huge supporter of. She loved cycling and supported the government's urban cycleway program for routes in Auckland, and ran and cycled the GI to Tamaki shared path often. She campaigned for Auckland to do better in waste minimisation, to reduce our use of plastics, and supported the work we are doing to reduce waste to landfill. She was socially liberal and had many friends in the LGBTQ community, which she strongly supported, and was instrumental in bringing a gay pride event back to Auckland, which we now have a regular part of our calendar. Her support for women and for youth in our city was also strong. She was a passionate advocate for InZone and supported and mentored youth to develop, to advocate and to fulfil their potential. She also supported women to step up, to lead, and to support each other to achieve better goals and aspirations for our city and our country. She was passionate, dedicated, committed to doing all she could to help and support people, the environment, and her city. So to Nikki, on behalf of us all, on behalf of Auckland, thank you for your passion for our city. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for all you have achieved and done to make Auckland a better place. Moi mara te rangatira. Farewell, my friend. Please stand for a minute's silence.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've been away for a couple of weeks in China with a business delegation and the Minister of Trade and Chairman Taipari. It was good. I'm glad to be back, and we'll be filling you out about what's going to come out of that. But while I'm away, I've been thinking about the last governing body meeting and what we all expect from the rest of the term. So we're going to be a bit tighter on standing orders, with questions being questions. Keep focused on the structure and order of the meetings. Sandra's got a new bell to ring at 5 minutes to keep us all on time. And finally, we have a delegation from the United Nations Youth of New Zealand, or they were downstairs. I think they're going to come in and watch proceedings, which should put them off politics for a while. Thanks to Councillor Henderson and Hills. Eh? Why do you hate young people so much? Ah, yes, well, I did tell them. Enjoy your life until it wakes up. All right. Apologies. We have received an apology for absence from Councillor Dalton. Lateness for Councillor Lee. Early departure from Councillors Fletcher and Sayers on council business. And we have some requests for attendance from electronic. Do I have to move and accept the apologies first, or do the whole lot together? All right, all those in favour of the apologies, please say. Move and seconder. Any persons? And in favour? Against? All those carried. All right, that was a wonderful piece of democracy that we just saved there. Electronic attendance requests are from Councillor Darby, who's ill. Councillor Fletcher, who is not yet here, she's at a meeting. Councillor Filippina, no reason. Councillor Furley, and it says Councillor Leone, but you're there. Pardon? Oh, well. Okay, we're going to move and accept it to approve those. Thank you. And somebody seconded it. Yeah. Baker. I want to add to that when those people who are online, I'll tell them when they're not online. All those in favour anyhow? Contrary? Right, carried. So we can put them online. But I do want those people online to actually turn your camera on when you're speaking. Okay? So we can see you not all day long. If you're online there, people, camera on when you're speaking. Okay. Any declarations of interest? No. All those in favour? Contrary? No. Nothing to do anything about it. There aren't any. Confirmation of minutes. Anybody read the minutes? It would be good if you did. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Leone. All those in favour, please say aye.
Point of order, Your Worship, if I may.
Public.
Sorry, is this the governing body minutes, including the adjournment and the subsequent meeting? Or we deal with the subsequent part of the meeting, or is this the whole lot? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to raise a point of order with you, if I can, Your Worship.
If you wish to put out something in the minutes that you wish to correct, please point that out.
No, I wanted to raise, because you indicated at the start of the meeting that you'd been reflecting on the last meeting. This is the last meeting. I'm wondering if there is anything that we're going to reflect upon in relation to how the closure motion matter was considered by you at that time.
No, this is just a recording of what happened.
Yes.
And you can have a discussion about that later on. But,
Oh, okay, we will, yeah.
okay, thank you very much. So that was approved in the minutes. There is no public input and there is no local board input. We all had a fairly good run with the local boards yesterday. I'm unaware of any extraordinary items. And so I'm going to move to item 7, which is called the plan to make the most of Auckland's port and waterfront. It's actually about making the Auckland port profitable and the waterfront workers happy. And we're discussing the tripartite agreement. So at the moment, Chris Levette will come forward, but I notice in the room the chairperson, the chief executive, Roger Gray's here. I can't see Grant Williams. Is he showing up? I hope so. From the Waterfront Workers Association. Maritime New Zealand. Righto. I've got Chris Levette and Max Hardy. You can address us about this issue, which has been canvassed many times.
Thank you, Chair. So during the LTP process, the Mayor worked with Port of Auckland and unions and proposed a plan which includes a tripartite relationship accord. This item is fulfilling a commitment to bring the plan and the accord back to governing body for your consideration and endorsement. As the Mayor mentioned, last week we had a workshop with Port of Auckland and MUNS who were in attendance. We went through the details of the plan and the accord and you were able to answer questions. As we discussed at the workshop, the plan is an overarching plan for the port and waterfront, including parts that were agreed during the LTP, including keeping the port in council ownership and the port agreeing to provide much better financial returns. It also includes longer-term strategic planning regarding the future of the port. Included in the plan is the intention to have a three-way relationship with the Port of Auckland and the unions. The Mayor signed a heads of agreement and now the parties need to agree the details and finalise the accord. We're asking you to nominate representatives to participate in the process before it is brought back to you for final approval. And finally, it's important to note that you're being asked to endorse the objectives and the strategic direction of the plan. This endorsement does not constitute approval of specific aspects such as the transfer of the wharf or any decisions about the long-term future of the port, which will require formal governing body decisions at a later date. So with that, happy to take any questions.
We want Aucklanders to make the most of our waterfront while ensuring the port company makes money, moves goods efficiently, looks after their workers. We did a workshop about this last week. I don't think there's anything that's new or surprising in there, otherwise we do as a recommendation to delegate a group up there to participate in the process, which comes from people who have shown particular interest in it. So are there any questions of the two gentlemen in front of you? Councillor Walker, please.
So, my question goes to the document, which is the plan, and the wording in the plan, and the questions I've got around the substantiation of 4D, which states, it is accepted that a new main import port in the Upper North Island is needed in the future, and it goes on. And my question around that goes to other statements which discuss the possible synergy between the ports in the Upper North Island, and the acceptance in those statements that if there is synergy, there may not need to be a new port for some time into the future. So I have a concern around the accuracy and the substantiation that lies behind that. So that's my first question.
No, thanks, Councillor. I think so. The statements in the plan represent a positions that were taken and agreed in principle by the mayor, the port itself, and MUNS. I think I'd agree with your comment that you said that it may be the case that a new port will not be needed for some time in the future, and I think that's right, and that's reflected in the document.
Okay, the other words that I've got a concern about, and I'm just endeavouring to locate them, you might assist me, is where it mentions the fragile social licence, I think, and my concern is that I would question whether that's current, whether that exists now, because I would suggest that the port has very much regained its mana. And is that an accurate reflection of the circumstance now, given that this is a current and future-facing document?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I suppose go back to my point again, which was that this represents a document that came about through negotiation and agreement in principle by the mayor, the port, and the unions, who signed up in principle to the elements of the plan. I think the specific words in the plan, represent a position taken at a point in time. What's been asked of Councillor today is to endorse the general direction and the approach reflected in the plan, which is the in particular the tripartite relationship accord aspect of it, and the fact that we will work on these challenges and the challenges reflected in the plan together with the port and the union in accordance with the ownership objectives that the council has for the port. So that's what you're being asked to endorse, rather than every specific sort of statement in the plan. I think the comment about fragile social licence probably reflects a number of factors that are referred to in the document around tensions around city centre land use and other things. But I mean, whether or not you would agree with those particular words, I think probably you don't need to agree to those particular words to agree to endorse the approach in the plan.
Perhaps could Mr. Gray come forward and join them, and we can perhaps just make sure that, Roger, if you want to comment on any of these questions, you're quite welcome to, if there's something that's been raised there. I don't think we're wordsmithing it quite yet. We're actually looking at the general principle and having an agreement just to go through the last little bit. But unless my understanding is wrong, this is close to what we're going to sign can you just confirm that I haven't got that wrong?
No, that's correct, Your Worship. This plan is in line with the agreement that was signed and the work that we've done together. Just on the social licence to operate, my only comment, Councillor, would be that it is, if we don't behave appropriately as a custodian of the waterfront, then we will lose our social licence. So I do always think it's fragile, and we don't take it in any way the privilege of where we're currently located. We don't take that for granted. So I'm quite comfortable with the words.
For those that weren't at the workshop last week, Grant from the MUNS was president, and he was quizzed the same questions as Roger, and they both gave the same answers. So I don't think there's a gap between the two parties in that at the moment. There's a question from Councillor Sayers, please.
One last question.
Sorry, Councillor Walker.
That's okay. The last question just goes to around optimising the waterfront land and shrinking the port footprint. And the rationale for that is for alternative community purposes and the like. The concern I've got is that the wider context of the waterfront is not inherent in that document. And that includes the land from effectively West Haven through Wynyard Point and the like all the way along. And the reality that we have substantial areas of land, particularly Wynyard Point, that are currently lying fallow because we don't have the resources to develop that land. The reason I'm raising this issue is I think context is important, and we are elaborating on context in terms of future, North Island plans and the like, but we're not identifying the waterfront as actually all of the land, not just the port land. So just a question around that. Do you think there's some merit in some expansion there? Because this is a document that Aucklanders will read. It is a document that the port and MUNS is a party to, but effectively Aucklanders are a party to this, and we represent them.
Thank you, Councillor. I think one thing to point out is that the plan envisages exactly what you're describing, which is thinking about the waterfront in its full context, as a longer term initiative to develop a waterfront plan for Auckland, which would look at the whole of the area, including the area you just described. So, and one of the things that it also envisages is providing the port with some certainty about its footprint and medium to long term certainty around that. And decisions were made as part of the long term plan to provide greater certainty and to provide for the potential transfer of the two central wharves to the council, subject to a number of things, including a master planning exercise that has been funded through the long-term plan. So those decisions will be made at the appropriate time with the information that is required to make those decisions before you, and you're not being asked to make those decisions today.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Sayers and then Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess just a quick comment. Totally will endorse and vote for this. Get on with the work and bring it back to us. Terrific. And my question, Your Worship, I might direct to you to see if you want to accept this question or defer it or comment on it. And that's around, I'm aware in the Rodney ward there is purchasing of large chunks of land out there for inland ports, potentially. There's activity happening on the rail. There's a whole Northland supply chain kind of exercise going on that I haven't got full visibility of. So I don't know if now's the appropriate time to gain any comment from the gentleman at the table, or if we might be able to get a brief on that at some time in the future.
Yes, well, predictions about the future are particularly hard. Councillor, Chief Executive Gray is welcome to comment here. I think we're giving them as much certainty as we can in a time in which other things may well happen. There are moves, and there will continue to be moves afoot in those fields for some time. But at the moment, I think we were giving the MUNs and the Port certainty about their immediate and reasonably long-term, LTP long at least, condition of what may or may not happen. Would you like to add something to that, Roger, without me trying to muck it up?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. What I'd say about the northwestern inland port strategy, there are a number of people who are speculating on that. What I'd say is at this stage, the port is very committed to a South Auckland and a Ruakura inland port strategy in partnership with the works of the Port of Tauranga. Whether Northport is ever in a position to be able to come into that is a very long way away. So I think this is, it's probably people making early decisions of investments on the hope that there will be a future development, which if you look at 100 years, will probably be a great play. I don't see it within the time frame of what we're talking about in this, it being effective.
Definitely there will be some moves, but when we're not quite sure. Deputy Mayor, please, and then Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question. I think we're going in the right direction with this. I want to ask a question about when we get an opportunity to prioritise the timing around the plan. I'm particularly interested in the conflict that we have between ferry and cruise, noting that the plan plans to boost the cruise industry and also boost the ferry usage. So how do we have it, when do we have an opportunity to look at the timing of what you do when? Noting that you want to do all this, it's not going to happen overnight, to quote Rachel Hunter, but it will happen. So, yeah, timing question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In relation to timing, we as a port have taken advantage of the government's fast-track legislation, and the Bledisloe North and the Ferguson North developments that are described in the paper have been listed in the draft bill. And we will, once fast-track obligations open, we will submit. We are literally days away from having all of the paperwork completed. So our intention is to submit once fast-track opens in December, with the intention, ideally, of having consent to commence construction by mid next year. And off the back of that, once we've got consent, we will start to construct Bledisloe North with a construction period of between 12 and 18 months. That's our intention at this stage. Once the wharf is commissioned and signed off, then we will start for that subsequent following cruise season, commence the withdrawal from the ferry basin. We will also examine the use of Princess West, which is another option. You'll see a South Korean naval ship is tied up along there in the last few days, as another way of potentially relieving the Princess East wharf, and the impact of the ferries. So I would expect you would see this within 2 to 3 years.
Just to add to that very fine summary, the other piece of work that's going on is the master planning exercise which Eki Panuku is undertaking relating to the central wharves and engaging with Auckland Transport and the port on that, and that will come to you. An update on that will come to you this year, and there'll be decisions to be made around how quickly and we go on that, because that's where we try to deal with the connection between ferries and cruise.
I suppose if I put it more succinctly, do the people around this table have an opportunity to prioritise the plan, or is it somebody else's decision?
There will be different decisions made by different parties. So there are decisions that will be made by the port, which is, operates with a degree of independence from the council, but there will also be decisions made at this table which relate to that master planning exercise and what we want to do with wharves if they are returned to the council. So yes, you will have decisions to be made, which will enable you to prioritise those different uses.
Councillor Watson, please.
One question I've received that maybe could be clarified in respect of the work at Bledisloe Wharf. In the paper, it says it talks about the planned extension of Bledisloe North reduction from 13 metres to 6.6 metres. So this is to do with the issue of expansion into the harbour. Yet, like in the fast track legislation, it talks about a new 330 metre long and 34 metre wide reinforced concrete piled wharf structure to the northern edge. Could you just explain the apparent contradictions there, Roger, if that's possible?
Yeah, there's no contradiction, but what the consultation that was undertaken in those 140 meetings that we've spoken to you about in the paper was for an extension further past the existing mooring dolphins. So that was the 13 metres, which is to go further out than are currently built as the mooring dolphins that are at each end of the wharf. What we've done is, as a result of that consultation, we've redesigned at the request of the community, and so we will now only go out 6.6 metres from the end of the mooring dolphins. So the 34 metres talks about the whole width, which would include the mooring dolphins. So this is another 6 metres out, because the contention was no further going out into the harbour. So that's the logic. So if you come down to the port, I can take you out on the mooring dolphins. They are about 28 metres long. So you walk out on them 28 metres out into the water, and then you go. What we're proposing is go another 6 metres.
So just for the benefit of someone who goes up and down there in a ferry, when you go by and you see the rocks at the end of Bledisloe, it'll be the whole structure then will be going. If we include the mooring dolphins, will be another 34 metres out from what you.
The edge of the wharf would be?
Yeah.
Remembering, as I've explained in the workshop, this is a pile wharf.
Yeah.
It's not a reclamation. So, yes, the edge of the wharf would be 34 metres out from the top of the rocks.
Yeah.
But the actual rock wall will not move.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Right, I'll move this. Is there a seconder for this, please? Thank you, Councillor Leone. Right, thank you, gentlemen. We'll take any.
Mayor, I've got a question for Roger. Chris Darby here.
Go ahead, Chris Darby. You're coming across loud and clear.
Thank you.
No, you're good. You're getting nice and close to your microphone. One or two of the others are a bit scared of the microphone. If we could get perhaps
I'll back off.
Max and Wayne to get a bit closer to their microphones, we wouldn't have to turn them so much that we deafened by Councillor Darby. But please, Councillor Darby, I'm just waiting for you to say something right now.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, Roger. Roger, thanks for the explanation on the wharf extension being reduced from 13 to 6, something that you and I have discussed, and I've expressed some concern about that presumption of going to the full 13. So I imagine that is the product of you developing your initial business case for that. Is that the working that you're starting to arrive at, or is it firmed up now? I just want to get a sense of how firmed up it is in terms of design. And then the second question is your expectation to for the investment that is proposed here of some, let's say, 70 million for this project, what is the investment return period? Is that a 100-year return period for the capital invested? two questions there, and then I'll come to you with a third.
Thank you. The ability to reduce from 13 metres to 6.6 is off the back of firming up design, so we are progressing. In answer to the question which you have asked me a number of times is about the business case. The business case is currently in draft and will be presented to the board for consideration at the December board meeting. In November, the board were presented with the analysis of the wharf requirements for the business as it is to continue, which showed that Bledisloe North was critical to allow, construction was critical to allow for the release of Cook and Marsden as has been agreed. So the board have had a paper on wharf requirements and the business case will go to the board in December for approval.
Okay, got that. And the return period for the investment in that business case, what is the number there?
That's a good question. I haven't seen the draft yet, so I'm afraid I can't answer that. I'll take that on notice and provide it to you separately.
Okay, so there's going to be a return period, and I'm going to suggest that I cannot imagine the return period being 20 years or 30 years or 50 years for that sort of infrastructure. I'm expecting it to be more like 80, 100. Now, if it is an 80 to 100 year return period, the function of berthing, commercial shipping, and even possibly cruise may not be occurring there. So when you're arriving at this design, how are you briefing the design so that it is flexible for an unknown future and a future that is very likely, according to many, many reports over a decade or more now, well, way more than a decade actually, are suggesting that the life of the port is limited in the medium term, not the long term. So how are you briefing the design to ensure what you can design and construct has a flexibility to meet a future that is more likely to be a public domain rather than a commercial domain?
First off, I agree with you that it will be for a significant period of time, payback. Second point I'd say is the business case will be more than just a simple payback over a period. The business case will also consider issues around the retention of trades and the criticality of the wharf's construction to maintain and continue against the SCI profitability targets that we've agreed to in the LTP. The second point I'd make is that the wharf that will be constructed in order to facilitate the work it needs to do now, but we will be working with Mana Whenua. We've had discussions already around design aspects of the wharf that will be able to acknowledge the cultural significance of this infrastructure asset. What I would say, Councillor Darby, is those people who built Princess and Queens in 100 plus years ago were never linking or thinking that they could be reused as the People's Wharf, but they have been effectively done so by the city. So I think it would be remiss of us to attempt to sit here and judge what will the community of 100 years' time want from the wharf, rather than just simply giving them a flexible operating space that could be used or modified for their use at that time.
Okay, look, thank you very much, Roger. I'm happy to hear that you're making those considerations. Thank you.
I'm not as happy it's going to take 100 years to pay it off, mate. I don't think I've ever invested in anything. I live in a 120-year-old building, but it was paid off 110 years ago. All right. There's no further questions up there. I'm going to put our Councillor Watson would like to say something. We'll carry on. Yeah, I'm just asking these guys to step back so we can have a debate. And you're the first debater if you wish to be.
Okay, thanks. I'll make a couple of just general comments on what we've been asked to endorse today. I guess that the first point I'd make is that it is good and in some ways a bit of a change to see the importance of the port being recognised in terms of the council as an investment asset, and most importantly as a significant economic contributor to the whole region. And I know that in the previous regime in the ports, some quite extensive analysis was done on what the cost would be to Aucklanders if the port was moved or if it was undermined. So it is nice to see that there finally in black and white. I noticed that as far as the resolutions go here today, we're really being asked to give a kind of qualified support here, endorsement of the plan certainly, but with specific aspects to come back as they may or may not arise. And I guess that's just as well, because in my view, parts of this plan are really a little muddled and contradictory, really, to be honest. If you go to point 24, for instance, we're told recent challenges such as underperformance in financial returns, increasing capacity constraints, and tensions between the port's operations and the city's evolving waterfront ambitions underscore this need for a comprehensive forward-looking strategy. Well, if you look at those in turn, I mean, the first one, you take the financial returns. The port company's already turned the financial performance around, and if we look at point 31 going forward, they have already agreed to improve their profit forecast, 5 million in 25, 20 million 26, and by year 27 they're bringing in over $100 million in dividends. That's over $2 million a week. So I've already agreed to that. I would have thought that's then gone quite some way to addressing the financial performance. Then we talk about the old chestnut of capacity constraints, and we see that repeatedly bemoaned about the constrained footprint, yet we are constantly looking to get more land off them all the time. And if you read the submission of Ports of Auckland in the long-term plan, we are told we operate on the smallest site possible and have already returned 125 hectares, around 60% of wharf and land back to Auckland Council. For a city of this size, we already operate off a very small area, 77 hectares, 40% of the Port of Tauranga operational area, and 75% of the Littleton Port area, and by my calculations, less than the centre port in Wellington. So you talk about constraints, yet you're looking to get more land off what is already a very constrained footprint. That's contradictory. Similarly, with this notion of that's referred to of evolving waterfront ambitions. Just recently, I think it was a week ago, we were told in an article about Wynyard Point, this 10-hectare site we will develop mixed-use development with 5 of the 10 hectares transformed into a park, and that's going to take, it keeps going up, at 320 million. So nothing much at all has occurred there, yet and no money or sufficient money to develop that in the way indicated in this article, yet we're talking about freeing up more land, and more land on a constrained footprint. That doesn't really make sense in my view. I guess the other thing that it comes in terms of this kind of impetus to watch over and to monitor the performance of the port, notwithstanding the willingness of the port company and MUNS to partake in this tripartite agreement. Again, it comes on the back of the way the port's results have been turned around. It was a little while back where they received the Deloitte Top 200 Most Improved Performance Award and the HRNZ Future of Work Award. So we have an entity and a workforce that have really turned the operation around, yet the kind of thrust of this document is really one that, in my view, is looking, or at least creates a seed of imposing constraints, of limitations, and in the case of the last LTP, looking to move into Bledisloe, which would totally undermine all the good performance and the functioning of the port, as the port company told us. So I'm a little wary, given the backdrop and the obsession with the port that has evolved in this term of council in particular, but also in the last term as well. The people that have the expertise, that are responsible for those turning rounds, are doing their work. I'd be inclined to leave them largely to it. They're working, they're doing the business, and I think that was pretty much universally reinforced in the public consultation, and the fact that it didn't then proceed to the 35-year privatisation. So I guess the only thing that makes me a little equivocal here is that the people who have been responsible for that turnaround seem to see some value in this arrangement, and in particular the workers who do the mahi down in the ports of Auckland. So to that end, that is encouraging, but as I said, the document as a whole I find is contradictory in a number of fundamental parts.
I think it's supposed to be balanced, but we'll try Councillor Walker.
I won't repeat the comments of my fellow councillor, John Watson, but I agree with them. My concern when I read the document, and I'm talking about the plan, is it really makes no mention of resilience, no mention of climate change. We don't have to remember too far ago that we lost contact with the northern part of New Zealand because the Brindurwins went down. The geological formation that runs down the east coast, northern Auckland, ain't going to go away. It's an unstable piece of land, and the government and certainly the NZTA know that. We also know that they don't call New Zealand the Shaky Isles for nothing, and we know that parts of New Zealand, particularly Tauranga, are susceptible to tsunamis, probably more so than Auckland. So I would have thought that considerations like resilience, climate change and other things that we talk about in other parts of this council and we elevate significantly would have coloured the documentation, but again I don't see them there, and I find that of very real concern, particularly when I look at other port plans around the planet. I would suggest that the main player is going to be government, and the government will be concerned about the resilience of New Zealand as a whole. It will recognise, and does, that the Port of Auckland is hugely significant to that Auckland is the engine of New Zealand in terms of much of its growth. Obviously, the government is not party to this tripartite agreement, but they are the entity that will be working on an Upper North Island strategy and the like. They will be looking at resilience and casting their eye over that. And I don't know whether there's any engagement been with government over this document. I'd suggest the answer is probably no. So, as I raised in earlier workshops, I think it's important that there be some sunset clauses over this document, because I think that it could well be past its use-by date sooner rather than later and will need to change. But again, none of these comments that I'm making are inherent in this, so for that reason I have an ongoing concern. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. Look, just before I have a comment, I would ask Councillors Walker and Watson to have a look at, I'm just trying to find the page 10 of the report, where it talks about the blue-green waterfront, a resilient place where integrated systems and innovative approaches are taken to enhance the marine and natural ecosystems, conserve natural resources, minimise environmental impacts, reduce waste, build sustainability and respond to climate change. So it's a little bit incorrect to say that the plan doesn't do that. Your Worship, I speak in support of what we're trying to do here. From my perspective, the port is a vital financial asset for the council, generating essential non-rates revenue that helps fund city services and infrastructure. The points that Councillor Watson made around the problems, I mean, this is what the plan is trying to address. And I'm just sorry that A doesn't actually tell you exactly what the objectives and strategic direction we're looking at here, because let's just, for public transparency, talk about it. It's remaining in council ownership with an enhanced oversight. It is getting much better financial returns, and we've got to thank the port for that. I mean, I originally was leaning towards the lease option, but you've come back with a financial plan as part of this that really ups both your profits and your return to the shareholder significantly. Goes up 5 million a year from 25. 5 million in 25, 15 and 26 and 20 and 27. It actually provides certainty for the port, its users and its workers, and I think that's important. A whole lot of this has been a bit uncertain. It talks about no further expansion into the harbour. It's progressing work on the appropriate commercial model for the port to deliver maximum value to Auckland in line with Council's ownership objectives. It progresses along our long-term initiative to develop a comprehensive waterfront plan, and progressing work on that long-term strategy for the port in the Upper North Island chain. I think that's key. It also has support in the plan for completion of existing infrastructure plans, including better and more reliable ferry services and major improvement in cruise. The other point I think we need to note is the plan talks about the reduction of congestion in the city centre from the port, and I think that's to be commended as well. Basically, the plan goes on to boost the port's economic contribution to Auckland, and that's what it's here to do. So I'm happy to support the plan, noting that those are indeed the strategic direction and objectives associated with the plan. But I do look forward to hearing more back from them as it progresses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. Yeah, look, there's a context to this vote today. I think it's very important to mention it. In relation to the findings of the court as reported yesterday, I want to acknowledge as a city leader, and I'm sure you'll agree, the whānau and loved ones of Amo Kalati. And indeed all others that lost their lives at work in a very dark period in the history of our city. The Maritime Union General Secretary and the media made comments that I want to endorse, and I'll just repeat them because I think they're perfect. Today's outcome sends a message that workers' lives mean something, and that highly paid decision makers are accountable for their decisions. I think that's perfect. It is really fitting then that we're discussing this today, and I want to acknowledge the current management. Evidence shows that not only is the port more profitable, but it also has a strong health and safety focus. A crucial keystone of these results is the strong and ongoing relationship between management and the Maritime Union. When we centre workplace relations, suddenly we're all working together and we have huge confidence in the future of our port, its safety and its contribution to our city. I want to give my wholehearted support to the initiative and to say it's a real honour as the CCO chair to be involved, and thank you all for that, in finalising this relationship accord. The future of our port is bright when we all work together. I'm delighted to endorse the plan. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, good on you for that. Councillor Hills, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and not to completely steal what Councillor Henderson says, I just want to acknowledge, this is a great step forward, and this is one of the reasons why I was so concerned and opposed to the leasing out of the port, was because the move to a more positive relationship with the port was underway. You only have to look at that guilty verdict yesterday and the issues with the deaths on the port and the health and safety issues, and the fact that we sat around this table sometimes and we were told by leadership of the port that it was none of our business. We couldn't ask about the business cases, we couldn't ask about health and safety, we couldn't ask about the issues that Roger and team are now happy to talk about, happy to come to us, happy to bring us in and discuss what is a really important asset for our city. So not only are they looking at, far more profits and money coming back to the city through this process, but also the unions on board and happy and feeling safer and feeling like they are valued for the work that they're producing for the port and for Aucklanders is a fantastic step forward. But also around the Mayor's leadership and others around, over time, bringing some of that wharf space that the port believe is reasonable to open back up to public or private use or whatever that is in the future is important to signal now. We've got a bunch of young people in the back and I welcome them here. We are doing those sorts of things for their future, for the future of the next generation. We might not know exactly what is needed down to the every single parcel today, but that was the same as the decisions that were made before in the Wynyard Quarter, the same decisions that were made many years before this council existed to ensure we've got those amazing public spaces, offices, homes and things now. So these things take time, and this does signal that change, that does signal a more public-facing wharf that people can access the waterfront of their city as it grows. It's not about doing everything today, but I just want to once again acknowledge the board and the leadership and the workers down at the wharf who, we talk about them a lot of the time, but they're actually out there doing the work and providing a lot of funding for this council to keep rates down and things, but also help keep the city moving through the imports, exports of the products that people expect to come into our city that are important to keep the city moving. So I think it's really crucial that this relationship keeps building, but this is only a positive to me. So I just want to acknowledge everyone involved, and it's a good thing to support. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hills. Could I have Councillor Turner?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure which is the right timing, but I'd like to have my name added to that delegation if possible, please. A lot of the people who work at the ports are in my area. As a youth, I worked there several Christmases as a seagull. My family had some other involvement with the ports, and my grandfather was the chair of the Ports of Auckland back in the late 60s. So I'm interested in the subject, please.
There's a bit of history I didn't know, but I have no objection to that at all. It's,
Move that then?
I don't think
what do we do?
I don't think there's a limit to this. Councillor Bartley, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I'm happy to support the recommendations to endorse the objectives and strategic direction proposed in the plan on the basis of what I've heard from Roger Gray, the CEO, in workshops and today, and the fact that they are involved in this. They're a partner with this plan along with the unions, because I am very proud of the Port of Auckland and what they do for our city. They are definitely strengthening their mana in the report they provided with us, and we've seen the massive difference in the leadership there and the focus on looking after their people. And I will acknowledge Palamo Kalati and his tragic death from just going to work. So having spoken yesterday at the Council Staff Health and Safety and Wellbeing Improver Awards that they held about the importance of being able to do your job and then going home in any part of council or any part of our council whānau. So I do really want to acknowledge the CEO and the chair, Jan Dawson, for that turnaround in the focus on safety and looking after their workers, and the 63% reduction in time lost to injury and increase in proactive hazard reporting. Like, they've just been amazing in what they have achieved. So for me, that port is more important than a nice, pretty park to go to down there. So I want to make sure that the port is always key in all of this tripartite plans looking forward. And the fact that they bring in so much money for us as a city, which otherwise we'd have to get from raising rates. And I'm about to be a homeowner, and already I can see the rates are massive. So thank you, Ports of Auckland, for bringing more money back to the city so that we don't have to pay more in rates. Oh my God, I can't believe the rates for Glen Innes. Oh my God, I need to marry a rich man. Are there any?
Councillor Foley, turn on your picture, your camera, and speak.
Kia ora, Chair. I'll try my best. Internet here is not great. Hopefully you can see.
There you are.
Morena and awesome. Can you hear me okay?
I can see you. Very good.
Okay, great. Morena, everyone. Yeah, I'd like to also endorse the resolution, endorse the objectives and strategic direction proposed in the plan. I'd like to also tautoko what others have said and commend Roger and his entire team for the work that they've done to really turn around the operations at the ports. Every time when I have gone down to visit, I'm so pleased at what I see in terms of how our people who work there are being looked after, and many of them, like Councillor Turner, many of the people who work down there are from South Auckland and from my ward as well. I also want to offer my condolences again as well to the family of Pala'amo Kalati. He and his father are residents in my ward in Otara. And yeah, just remembering him and his family, and really happy to see the outcome of the court case as well. But, you know, the silver lining to that, as I said, is that we've now got much better processes. I know that every time that Roger's come and spoken to us, he's told us and reassured us that safety is now the priority, safety of our workers and our people. So I endorse today's resolution and thank Roger and the team for all of the hard work that they're doing. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's the last speaker I've got. It is a tripartite agreement. There are three parties. We've heard a lot from there's the port who operate it, there's the workers, and there's us as the owners. And it comes out, this emerged at the time when we were considering the sale of it. It was amazing how that focused everybody on the fact that it is there to make money. And so all parties are going to get something out of this. There's an incentive to make money, there's an incentive to work safely, and there's an incentive to keep rates down and to return some land from it. So it's a pretty good net result. Thank you very much. And for those who are shouting their connections with the wharf, I can remember that I was the only person in the Ford pack at Te Papa who didn't work on the wharf. So there, beat that lottie fully. All right, it's been moved and seconded. We've adjusted the membership. I've added Councillor Fletcher as my alternative, as she is the chairperson of the investment committee, and they'll be keeping an eye on this. It is, after all, one of our investments. So all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you for attending there, Councillor, Mr. Gray, and pass my regards on to Grant too, please. Thank you very much. We will move to item 8. The Water Care Treasury. So, welcome John and team. I'll move this. Councillor Turner is the person associated with it. Would you like to second this? Thank you. All right. This is a technical part of the debt arrangements associated with steps in the move towards solving the Three Waters dilemma that was foisted upon us some time ago. I'll hand it over to you, John, and not just John, in fact.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and look, apologies,
Ross,
I'll have to leave.
lead this group, please. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chair, and apologies, I'll have to leave in a few minutes to attend the Future Fund board meeting. so I might leave any questions to be answered by Ross or Andrew. But just quickly introducing the paper. So this deals with one aspect of the water reforms, which is essentially allowing Watercare to borrow in their own name and achieve financial separation from 1 July next year. There are two items covered in this paper. The first is the proposed loan agreement between Auckland Council and Watercare. So this is the sum of money which Watercare will repay Auckland Council, which will reflect their loan balance as at 30 June next year. This paper outlines the key proposed terms of that loan. There's going to be a 5-year loan. It's proposed to be at a fixed rate. The loan will rank equally with other loans that Watercare will have, although in certain situations Auckland Council won't have voting rights. And the loan will also give Watercare some flexibility in the repayment amounts that it pays back to Auckland Council, but the entire amount must be repaid within that 5-year period. The second part of the paper deals with the provision of Treasury services, and the proposal is that Watercare will contract Auckland Council Treasury to provide those services on an arm's length basis, and that avoids Watercare having to effectively replicate the Treasury function that Auckland Council has. But happy to take any questions.
Councillor Walker has a question.
Sure. So my question is around the debt repayment, which is mentioned in point 4 and is mentioned again in point 22 under the terms of the loan. And point 22 mentions the loan will have minimum and maximum repayment amounts for each 6-month period. Obviously, we haven't seen that. The concern that I'm raising by way of a question is that currently interest rates are relatively high. They're likely to go down. What follows is that it's certainly going to be desirable from Watercare's perspective to be able to pay off the loan, I'm assuming, later rather than earlier. I don't know how these things affect Watercare. And of course, the related issue is that given that Watercare is going to be in a position where it effectively has to raise its capital and everything independently, because it won't have access to council, what follows is that all of this will impact on the charges that Aucklanders pay for water, inevitably. So the question I want to put is just around flexibility over the repayment of this loan, because it isn't indicated in here other than the reference in point 22. So is my question clear enough?
I'll have a go at answering it. I mean that the purpose of having flexible repayment amounts isn't to, allow any sort of gaming of interest rates and anything like that. I mean the loan from council to Watercare will be at fixed rates. It's really designed around giving them the ability to go to the capital markets like Auckland Council does and be able to do the optimal size transaction. So, for example, if they went to the Australian market, you'd probably want to do a benchmark issue, which is 500 million Australian dollars. So that's really why the flexibility is there, to allow them to sensibly and optimally get involved in the capital markets rather than any sort of play on interest rates or things like that. Their interest rates, hedging and expenses, that'll be very much driven by whatever regulatory regime ends up being put in place. So I'm not sure that sort of answers your question or not.
Not altogether, but hopefully we can get a bit of information on this, and Watercare might have something to say about this. The other question I've got just goes to the circumstance that Watercare finds itself in, where it is subject to, as a CCO, to Auckland Council policies, strategies, and plans, and obviously a significant impact on Watercare is around growth and where growth is going. That can be affected by private plan changes, a range of things. So given that we've had a very recent circumstance where Watercare has come out and they've said, and they've produced a map, that significant parts of Auckland, that includes, for example, the Hibiscus Coast, where I am, aren't going to be able to have access to connections in the near future. How are they going to get around in this arrangement where they're going to have to fund themselves completely because they're not going to have access to us, but conceivably they may need to raise significantly more debt in order to accommodate the constraints that they've got currently.
Yeah, through you, Chair, look, this is probably a question outside of the scope of this paper, but I guess, you know, the debt profile and CapEx profile, that'll be largely a call for the Watercare Board, but obviously it'll also form part of the council group and therefore council's group long-term plan.
Mate, if I can just add to that, I mean, the whole point of this financial model is to create separation so Watercare can borrow the money that it needs to fund the investment required for Auckland. This is a transitional arrangement to deal with the debt that exists now, but what this whole process is enabling is Watercare to be in a position where they can borrow as they require. That won't be a free-for-all, there will be controls in terms of the charter, the regulation and the statement of intent. So, you know, you will have influence through those things. This is just the mechanisms to put them to a place where they can borrow what's required for Auckland.
Okay, so the other question I've got just comes back to this date, which is a pretty significant date of 30th of June 2025. I mean, given these revelations that we've had over the last just couple of weeks around all of these constraints around parts of Auckland, Hibiscus Coast, Howick, I mean, they've got a double whammy in terms of wastewater and water constraints. Are we going to ensure as a council that there's an accurate set of information around the needs of Auckland prior to this 30th of June 2025 date?
I think what you're talking about there is, you know, the investment plans for Watercare, and
Yes.
that's kind of outside the scope of this debt paper. That is a matter for, you know, the work on the charter, and, you know, Watercare's charter, Watercare's business plans, and that economic regulation piece. So it's probably better directed to the other conversations around Watercare. It's not that relevant to this particular item on debt.
Last question just goes to shared services. I mean, this paper deals with an aspect of shared services, which is around treasury services. I'm assuming that that this arrangement doesn't preclude other shared services.
Yeah, through you, Chair, I can answer this one. No, not at all. That's Watercare can participate in all shared services, albeit in certain situations there'll need to be arm's length arrangements like the Treasury one will be.
I think we're carrying on with managing the treasury services as we have for some time, isn't it? Not correct? It's not a change. Okay, there will be a debate later on about the charter, but this is not what we're discussing today.
Probably just to expand on that, it will be a change from the fact that at the moment we just essentially have one loan between council and Watercare. What will happen in the future is they'll be going to the debt capital markets, the banking markets like we do now, and they'll be raising funds, they'll be doing hedging in their own name. So they'll effectively be replicating really what Auckland Council does now in its own name.
I think Phil wants to add an explanation here.
Just one last question.
Just before you get the last bit, Phil wants to talk about that.
Just to close out the shared services aspect, actually I've been at the shared services board meeting this morning. There's a whole suite of things happening in that shared services space and good collaboration. I'll update you on that later, but just to acknowledge, actually Watercare's feedback directly to me is that they're very happy with sourcing Treasury advice and service through the existing Treasury function, and there's no need to replicate. It's working very well, and they were very favourable Very complimentary, actually, just credit to the gentleman at the end of the table.
Okay, now your next question.
The last question just goes to interest rate, and we're forecasting, and it's in point 18, that Watercare will effectively have a different credit rating, and because it'll be carrying more debt, it'll be a lower credit rating. Is there any impact on Auckland Council's credit rating? That is, will our credit rating be enhanced and possibly our cost of capital, or are we as good as we can get anyway?
Good question.
Yeah, through Chair, that's a difficult one to answer. At one level, we're certainly not expecting our credit rating to go down because essentially the debt to revenue of Watercare as a standalone entity is higher than the rest of the group. It actually will improve our metrics. So in that respect, it is going to be a slight positive for our rating. But I don't think it will be sufficient enough to have an upgrade to our rating.
Just to add to that, so those changes are reflected in our long-term plan, and that's been considered by the rating agencies when they last reviewed our rating, and they both affirmed the existing rating on stable outlook. So the rating agencies have kind of already looked at that, and at the moment they're pretty comfortable with it.
So that doesn't quite answer my question. So are we going to get a better credit rating and reduced interest, or not?
Through you, Chair, I think we'll maintain the same credit rating, albeit will be sort of slightly higher in that AA band, but it won't have any material effect or any effect really on our cost of borrowing.
Well, Christmas hasn't come as much as I expected, but anyway.
Good question, thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Newman.
The Watercare used to have a Treasury Services function, which I understand is being consolidated. So this is is this a bit of a back to the future type moment where they used to, then it all got consolidated within house, and are they going to have it? Or is this they used to, it all got consolidated in-house, and now we're going to provide quote unquote arm's length Treasury Services, or are they going to have to set up their function that they used to have again? That's the first question.
Through you, Chair, no, the plan is that the Auckland Council Treasury team will, on a contract basis, provide the Treasury services to Watercare, so that will avoid the need for them to effectively replicate the staff that Auckland Council has now.
Right, so can you just explain how that arrangement does comply with that legislative prohibition?
Through you, Chair, it looks no different from Watercare contracting out any other service they may wish to. They could contract out Treasury services to a third party if they wanted to. They can do it with Auckland Council, again, as long as it's on an arm's length basis. So proper commercial terms and proper commercial arrangements.
So they're going to pay, they're going to reimburse, they're going to pay for your consultancy, are they?
Through Chair, effectively, yes, they will pay a charge to reflect the cost of the services which we are providing them.
And if I might, there's a carve-out in the legislation specifically to allow Watercare to continue in the shared services space. And it goes to what Councillor Walker said, because the whole nature of a consolidated Treasury facility was for Watercare in the future to receive cheaper capital than what they could otherwise raise if they had to go on their own. So you're saying that the cost of capital for us won't go down. I assume that the cost of capital for Watercare won't go up?
Through you, Chair, the cost of capital long-term to Watercare will depend on their credit rating. So if their credit rating is lower than ours, you'd expect over time their cost of capital to be slightly higher.
I don't think Watercare's ever had a lower cost of capital than the council. I think it's always been a bit high, or certainly the previous reform to this was to ensure that they were a little bit higher, but they would be lower because they're being consolidated. So can we just sort of land this? I mean, I would assume that we've got the bigger balance sheet than them, or is it basically going to be about the same moving forward?
I'll answer this. So, Watercare, I think the model was, the reason for the model is to separate the balance sheet so Watercare can borrow what it needs to fund its operations. It probably would be cheaper to just keep borrowing on the council's balance sheet. The problem we had with that is it constrained how much they could borrow. So the change is about letting them borrow in their own name, and that will depend on their credit rating. As a separate, smaller, non-local government entity, it's probably going to be a little bit more expensive, but if they can borrow what's needed to invest in Auckland's infrastructure while keeping a reasonable price path. So it's about the separation. It's not about how do we get the cheapest cost of funds.
And my final question, I suppose, in relation to the debt to revenue covenants that apply. So in order to achieve the most conservative credit rating that they can achieve, really, the key leverage for them, unfortunately, is still going to be their price path, isn't it? That's really the big risk moving forward. Understanding that they will have to manage their costs in part through their asset management planning, but still the risk for Watercare will then ultimately be to ensure compliance with those covenants relates to their price path that Aucklanders ultimately have to pay.
So through your chair, I think what you're asking is what impacts their credit rating. Obviously, their price path and the regulated price path in the future will be critical to that. They'll be rated as a water utility, so they won't have the same, for example, debt to revenue considerations that we have. They'll be more focused on things like interest coverage ratios, things like that, which are more typical of how rating agencies would look at water entities and things like that. So they'll be rated on a different basis to us.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. Councillor Walker and Councillor Newman kind of covered my questions, although I didn't hear exactly what Councillor Walker asked. I was too busy writing. But just for my clarification, so I understand this right, Watercare will owe $4.3 billion to us on the 1st of July next year, and then they will pay it off over 5 years in a manner that suits them. And at the end of that, it's a net zero sum, right? In other words, because they're part of the group, that won't improve our borrowing ability or anything like that. Is that right?
Through you, Chair. So the first part of your question, yes, they'll repay approximately, I think it'll be about $4.2 billion over that 5-year period. How the rating agencies are looking at just council now, and that's council without Watercare, is they're looking through that debt which Watercare owes us, which will be repaid in that 5 years. So compared to what we previously had, our ratios like debt to revenue are improved because we've removed that Watercare component.
So okay. And then the other thing was just with group shared services and remembering that clause that Councillor Newman mentioned about that they can't pay us a dividend, there is a matrix, is there, of how we work out what a reasonable charge is for the services we're going to be charging, they're going to be paying us for.
Through you, Chair, that's correct. We'll come to a commercial arrangement where they pay a fair and reasonable charge for the services which they receive.
There's some members of the public that would consider that some of our regulatory services charges are not fair and reasonable. How do we know? Where's the mediator? Is it part of that regulator that's involved, the price regulator? Who says that that's the right price?
Through you, Chair, that's the commercial negotiation between council and Watercare. What we're currently proposing is that the cost of the overall Treasury service will be effectively the staff costs involved. And what we'll probably do is look at, Watercare's debt relative to council's debt and allocate it in that way. So, for example, if they've got $4 billion of debt, we've got $8 billion of debt, they would pay 1/3 and we would pay 2/3. It'll be some reasonably sensible, simple arrangement like that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Sounds it's a frighteningly rational, actually. Councillor Hills, please.
Thanks, Chair. And it does sort of feel like we're a little bit debating the decision we've already made. We're not debating the move that's already done. Can I just check, because I'm pretty sure, but I feel like I want to make sure, this was never about reducing the cost of capital for Watercare and won't necessarily change their credit rating, but what it has done is meant that they can debt fund capital at a faster rate, as opposed to what we were forcing them into, which was cash funding capital, which is not a good way of building 80-year-old pipes.
Through you, Chair, that's exactly correct. Yeah.
Okay. And it also may or may not, because of the revenue coming in, have a benefit on our debt to revenue, but doesn't necessarily, it's not the game changer that the Watercare being able to borrow is.
Through you, Chair, that's probably a good way of summing it up, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Leone, please.
Mine's very brief. It was just really that explanation probably to our water ratepayers and the difference for them with obviously them paying lower rates as an outcome of this. Could you just give that clarification as to how that has happened?
Through you, Chair. So by allowing Watercare to fund now more of their CapEx program through long-term debt rather than through revenue, it means that the revenue or the price increases which were proposed, which were I think something like 20-odd%, they're going to come now down to something like 7%. And the future price path will be dictated by the regulation which we put in place.
Thank you. That's a huge difference. That is good to clarify for our ratepayers.
Thank you for that. Right. You three can retire. And if there's any debate about this, I'll take points. I do have some. I think I had Councillor Newman and Councillor Walker so far.
Your Worship, I support the arrangement, but frankly, I think it's reasonable if I feel it's reasonable if I want to ask them an inquiry in relation to the Treasury services that are being contracted and the nature of how that arrangement works. It is bespoke. The matter was covered off in the report. I appreciate that some people might interpret me as relitigating the matter. I'm not. I'm perfectly entitled to ask that question. That's what I did. I think that the arrangement that is being put in place is unusual. It is permitted under the Act, which is fine. But I want to thank the officers for giving me the courtesy of at least replying to those inquiries, because the report is a little bit complex in relation to how that arrangement works, but noting that the legislation provides that carve out for group shared services. So thank you to the Chief Executive for clarifying that matter.
That's fair enough. No, we wanted a full open debate, and there's no problem with you asking those questions. It is a bit unusual, but it's not nearly as unusual as what those other councils around the country are facing who don't have a water care settlement like we've got. Councillor Walker, please.
Really just a quick point, just to forecast a concern. So what we're going to have is a circumstance where Watercare's debt is separated, and that debt will no doubt go up considerably. The other development, which I would term a hazard from my perspective, is that Auckland Council's debt also goes up because our debt to revenue ratio will have changed, and our capacity to raise additional debt will be enhanced. I would hope that that doesn't happen, and that we look to reducing our debt where we can over time.
Okay, any further contributions to this? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary? Carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 9. Welcome Phil and Ross for some good news. We have had this recently, so I'll pass over to Ross, Phil and Ross. Thank you very much for the Chief Executive and Group Chief Financial Officer update.
Thank you, Your Worship. Morena, councillors. No recovery report today, reason being that there is one on your TRIC committee agenda next week, which has the update material on progress with buyouts and so forth. I want to acknowledge that 2 days ago, in fact, it ran over 2 days, we ran a reasonably full-scale emergency management exercise internally to test the changed systems and recognise the fact that we've trained several hundred people in emergency management response in the last year. But of course, that's slightly academic if you don't test yourself in terms of what it looks like, albeit in a simulation. So that was very good. Some learnings from that will serve us well. I do note, when I say it was a fairly fulsome exercise, we did activate civil defence evacuation sites. We did model the communications and the declaring of an emergency. So it was fulsome. So I'm very pleased with that. I do draw your attention to the fact that there is a briefing for yourselves on the 9th of December. I'm told that not many councillors have registered or accepted that invitation. I'm drawing it to your attention because we want you to be fully appraised of what the Met Service is telling us about weather patterns over the summer, likelihood of cyclone events, and some stuff to do with our preparedness around that. So I really do encourage people to engage. As I've said to you before, I'm significantly motivated by de-risking this area and making sure that we're in a good position to respond, and that, of course, includes yourselves. I want to note media in relation to water supply and water care, and draw your attention to an email to yourselves at 7:40 last night, which gives you a briefing about the story that's running around arsenic levels in the water. I wanted, just as an aside, to note a discussion that Councillor Williamson and I had. I'm very mindful that you get a lot of email traffic, and sometimes it's a little bit hard to distinguish between the routine and the things that are critical to brief you on. So we're implementing a different system, and I'm calling it a code orange. We will, in the future, try and identify the few really critical things that we think will play in the media and which you need to be across. So I just use that by way of an example for what that might look like going forward, so it doesn't get lost in the morass of communications. But it is important, and we'll get Watercare to follow up post this with any questions you have. I'm not really in a position to answer them, except to hopefully provide a little bit of reassurance that this relates to the Waikato water supply only. There is one reading which was very marginally above the tolerance levels here. There have subsequently been 2 further tests in 2 subsequent days that are below the threshold and safe. Of course, there are precautions still applying, such that the Waikato water supply has been dialed back a bit and the Hunua water supply dialed up. The effect, of course, is that we can confidently tell the public of Auckland that the water is safe. So I'll leave that there. This was acknowledged earlier, but I do want to further acknowledge the fact of the prosecution of the previous chief executive of the port company in Judge Bonner's decision. I've had an initial briefing about that. We will make sure that there is a a summary, a briefing for you sent shortly. I think I won't reflect particularly on the port. Other than, you know, the reason I mention it partly now is that it does serve as a reminder of the seriousness of accountability in this space. It's a continual work on for us in terms of our health and safety response, and thank you to Councillor Bartley for addressing some of our health and safety folk as part of our ongoing attention to this. We have recently had a reset in our own health and safety function, and it's coming along well, but something we need to continue to be vigilant of. And it is important that I remind you reasonably regularly that while you have some personal protections in the legislation in terms of health and safety liability, given your governance roles, you're not fully insulated, and there are responsibilities that you have that I need to support you with in the health and safety space. We can return to that at a later time. I want to give you the briefest of updates about the Auckland Future Fund implementation. We are close to having the final draft of the local bill ready for public notification, and that notification process is intended to start next week, meaning that it'll take about 3 weeks and be concluded before Christmas. And following that, and there has been ongoing work with the officers of the Clerk of the House, following that, it's expected that we should be able to finalise all of the steps in order that the bill be introduced to Parliament, hopefully at the first sitting date in the new year. So good progress there. In terms of service performance, really things are either in a stable or growing and improving space. Stable for the most part. You know, I've mentioned this before, but leisure, pools and leisure services up 15% year on year. That trend continues. Customer satisfaction pretty stable, a 6% increase in the waste solutions area. Obviously that's a service that touches a very large number of people in the region, so we monitor that quite carefully. Resource consents down 4% year on year. Building consents also down 4% year on year. But to illustrate the shorter term trend, building consents up 10% month on month. Okay, so a recovering situation in terms of development activity. Financially, and Ross can address the detail of this, net direct expenditure, $40 million favourable to this point in the year, 26 million favourable in terms of revenue, $14 million favourable in terms of expenditure. So a good situation. Capital spend 86% of budget if you exclude the Category 3 buyouts. Somewhat under more pressure than that because of the number of the extent of buyout activity at the moment is putting pressure on the capital budget. But of course, that's not necessarily a trend that continues for the balance of the year, although we will, I think Ross will talk to you about the pressure that exists from the fact of the number of potential buyouts being higher than what was forecast. I think Ross is also going to mention the savings which are on track. Very finally, and just to take the mayor up on his invitation around good news, I acknowledge we're a party to a grouping of large employers that have graduate and development programs. We have won an award for the best employer in that regard and the best candidate experience. So that graduate program's come along really nicely. I mentioned to you previously that we were now at 50 graduates in the new year with the intake. In the next cycle, we will be at 75 graduates. So the building of talent pipelines in the organisation is coming along really well. The Recovery Office also has won an award in the Emergency Management Awards for the communications and engagement program around recovery. Obviously, it doesn't escape any of us that they work in a pretty challenging environment, and we're not going to keep everyone happy. There's significant, ongoing distress for people affected by this, but they have done a very good job in terms of engagement and communication, and that's been recognised in those awards. Neil McGowan, our General Manager of Technology in the organisation, also won the top leadership prize for the techies in the local government sphere recently, so that's good acknowledgement for his leadership in that space. And very finally, and this is very local, the Birkenhead Volunteer Fire Brigade named one of our staff, Brandy Stefano, as being their Firefighter of the Year. So I just mention that because, of course, there are a lot of staff who have voluntary community efforts outside of their day job. So, nice illustration of that.
And just, if I can interrupt just at the end there, Phil, another volunteer Birkenhead firefighter, Ben Halliwell, who many of us know, broke his leg last week fighting fire for the Birkenhead down one of our reserves. So, and he's still working the day after for Watercare. Thanks.
We might have to generate a prize especially for him.
Thank you for that, Phil. We'll move to Ross, but I can say yesterday Adam took me around the emergency management exercise. It was quite surprisingly large, and I was able to check and meet the other Wayne Brown, and they do have the right phone number. So it's a great leap forward this time, so it was good. Okay, Ross.
Okay, thank you. So Phil's talked about the numbers for Auckland Council organisation. At a group level, I guess a similar kind of story. Pretty reasonably strong capital delivery, 92% CapEx delivery year to date through to the end of October. So it's about $1.25 billion of CapEx delivered to that point. But about 100 million or so less than budget, and that's mainly because Watercare got off to a bit of a slow start with some of their pipe and plant renewals, and Auckland Transport paused some projects as they worked through the NLTP funding issues that have now been resolved. So that program should accelerate a little bit. And that has got some strong property buyouts included in those numbers as well, boosting the group results. In terms of projects delivered in October, lots of flood recovery repairs, particularly the transport repairs. 3 slips repaired on Whittier Road, Grand Beach Road, and Takahe Road. Balustrades and two retaining walls on Scenic Drive and Titirangi. And the water space, the relining of the Araki main sewer is now complete in October. So good to get through that milestone, and obviously many other projects as well. So that's the CapEx for the group. In the OPEX space, the numbers are looking good for the current year. About 100 million favourable on a net direct basis. We're seeing group revenue 5% ahead of budget, and direct expenditure 5% favourable to budget as well. So within that, in the parent, it's mainly around higher consenting activity. Also then across the group, higher water and wastewater revenue, and more revenue through the port, through higher container volumes and favourable bulk cargo as well through the port. IGC, Watercare's IGCs continue to be favourable to budget. On the expense side, mainly less spending on repairs and maintenance. Some of that relates to delays with some of the making space for water enhancements being put in place. There's lower professional fees, some of which relates to capital projects, and then employee benefits were lower than budget, mainly driven to some unplanned vacancies and vacancies not being filled as expected. Yeah, Phil's talked about the parent numbers, 85% CapEx delivery year to date, and 40 million favourable on the OPEX. You know, it's mainly a revenue story there. For the Auckland Council organisation, cost was 2% below budget, but revenue was 17% favourable, which is just those strong regulatory consenting revenues coming through. So those are kind of the numbers for the current year. Recently, we gave a full savings update through to the Rev Committee that identified that this year we're reporting against a $66 million target. Those are the savings from the last annual plan and the long-term plan. That builds on top of 90 million of savings from the last long-term plan, which is permanent ongoing savings that are achieved, which builds on a bunch of other savings all the way through to amalgamation. But the amount that we're kind of chasing and trying to bid in that's over and above all of the existing costs that have come out is 66 million. We reported to the Rev Committee that we've achieved, after 1 quarter of the year, we've achieved 48% of those savings. So around 32 million out of the 66 million has been locked in year to date. So work progresses on the rest of it. It's always challenging. The hard bit is some of the savings are one-off. And these savings compound each year. So for the annual budget year, it's a higher number, and in the year again, it increases as well. So it's a tough savings challenge, but we're making good progress so far. In terms of the annual budget, so we're at in the process, as you'll all be aware, is we've kind of now got a draft mayoral proposal. We're working towards decisions on items for consultation for the Budget Committee in early December. We'll be asked to what you want to consult on there, and there'll be other items, including that draft mayoral proposal around CCO reform, which will kind of have different processes and decision-making around it. But in terms of the annual budget, there is, alongside the draft mayoral proposal, there's a big pack of staff advice. Largely mirrors what's been provided through the workshops to the Budget Committee. In that, it does detail out, what the budget predictions are looking like. By and large, things are the inflation, interest trends, and cost trajectories are generally on track with predictions in the long-term plan. It's a very different picture to previous financial years where there's budget holes of $200-300 million. But there are some pressures in there and risks that have been monitored. That the numbers we have in there talk about a sort of a $10 million budget gap for Auckland Council that we're working through. Still lots of pluses and minuses, but we're sort of starting with a 10 million gap, and there's lots of other pressures. Phil's talked about the buyout, so I won't go into detail. You'll begin the full report on that going to the TRIC committee early next month, but it is going to mean more property buyouts. We've already seen that, and so that means potentially moving money from some of the longer term infrastructure stuff into buying properties now, which means more money going out earlier, which means higher interest costs. So there will be sort of impacts on the annual budget that we'll just have to wait and see exactly where those numbers land, but there will be extra interest pressures impacting next year's budget, depending on exactly where all those numbers land. There's a number of pressures within Auckland Council. There is things around energy costs. There are things like some decisions made around the pools and levers contract, and including the living wage has got a bit of pressure in there. So there's a number of things being worked through. Auckland Transport, through this process has raised a number of different pressures. Some of that's PT patronage and revenue. They've seen good recovery post-COVID, but there's lots of risk and uncertainty around where do those PT revenue numbers go? What is the impact of disruption? What is long-term? What are the long-term behavioural trends in terms of PC users? So they're just highlighting that there's risk around PT revenue. They've also highlighted risk around New Zealand Transport Agency funding, particularly some around public transport services. So there's some business cases that would need to be approved and endorsed and money flowing in order to get planned new PT services in place. There is parking and enforcement revenue, bit of a risk. The big risk there is people stop breaking the rules. People change their behaviour. We don't get to penalise them, which is great in terms of managing the network, but it does have a financial impact. There's risks around track access charges, and there's risks around changes to the ferry program and what that means for operating costs going forward. So quite a long list of Auckland transport risks and other risks across the group. There is the issue around the 7 million for events funding that you're working through as part of the annual budget, and many other pressures, costs, etc. So at the moment, we're kind of saying, looking at all those things, there's no massive budget hole that you need to solve. There's no kind of compelling reason why right now you need to go and tell Aucklanders we can't achieve necessarily a 5.8% rates increase for next year. But we're saying there's lots of risk there. There's lots of things to work through, and lots of things that could mean there is extra pressure. So our advice in those budget papers is that you need to maintain flexibility. We want to, I guess, highlight in the consultation that here's a budget, but there's some risks, and there might need to be some adjustments. The intention is a 5.8% rate increase, deliver all the things in the LTP, but we've got some challenges to work through. We might need to adjust some services, some capex, and the last cab off the ranks is always, do we need to adjust rates? So that means we've got to have that flexibility. We also need to be have restraint. It's kind of quite easy to look at one of those pieces in isolation and just go, well, we could do a small 0.2, 0.3% rates rise for this piece, for some for a transport piece, or for the events funding. But if you add up a bunch of small increases, could add up to a number where we're suddenly heading towards a double-digit rate increase. So we just want to paint a picture that there are lots of risks and pressures. We're not out of the woods yet. We will do, as a finance team, a full budget refresh across the group in February, and we'll come through and report to you in March, so post-consultation, a full update around how things are looking like. But we just want to highlight, there is risk, there is pressure. It's not all, risk-free. So that's the update for me. I'll pass across to Gary.
Thank you, Ross. Good morning and kia ora koutou. I'll begin with an update on the city centre, as you've requested. The latest data on the city centre foot traffic and retail spending continues the pattern we've seen since March of being lower than for the same month last year, month on month, year to year. So pedestrian counts for October were down 3.2% on October last year. Retail spending in the city centre for September was down 5.8% on September last year. And then alongside that, the guest nights for the region as a whole are also down 5.1%. So this really reflects the fact that higher interest rates have dampened consumer spending this year among Auckland residents and also among potential visitors to Auckland too. The city centre is more sensitive to that pullback in spending as its retail offering is more weighted to discretionary items such as hospitality and accommodation rather than those everyday essentials around groceries and fuel. In the near term, of course, we're entering a season where spending on retail and hospitality usually increases. And the question is whether that will match the strong seasonal upswing that we saw last year. Let's hope it does. Stepping back just to look at the broader economic context, yesterday many of you will be aware the Reserve Bank cut official cash rate by 50 basis points from 4.75 to 4.25, and that's the third cut in a row off the recent high of 5.5% with those earlier cuts in August and October. And the Reserve Bank has the confidence to do this because of the decline in economic activity. That's contributed to lower inflationary pressures through the economy. Last month, Stats NZ reported CPI inflation for the year to September was at 2.2%, so that's back within the Reserve Bank's policy target band of 1 to 3%, and that's the first time since the middle of 2021. So the cut was largely expected, and several commercial banks have responded with cuts in the mortgage rates there, and they've also got commensurate cuts in interest rates on savings, of course. Looking ahead, inflation is expected to remain within the target band, and consumer demand is expected to recover over 2025. Of course, subject to that time lag as households that are on fixed mortgages take some time to roll off and refix to lower rates, which would ease the pressure on their budgets. Recovery for businesses that are exposed to that change in household spending will come after that. In the context of that lower cost of finance, we can expect demand for housing is likely to strengthen. So far, house prices have been relatively flat still, following the sharp corrections that we saw earlier. And so they've been sitting around, the median house price anyway in Auckland's been sitting around $1 million. Of note, requests to Auckland Council for LIM reports have been higher in recent months compared with the same month last year, as have recent building consent volumes, as the Chief Executive noted. On the upside, there's a healthy pipeline of building consents for new homes sitting out there, with our best estimate of being 15 to 20,000 consents for new homes consented but not yet begun construction. So that should mean the housing supply is well placed to respond to the pickup in demand in the near term. The next review of the official cash rates in February, and the Reserve Bank has indicated that if conditions continue to evolve as they've projected, they expect to be able to lower the official cash rate further next year. But they do emphasise that the outlook remains uncertain. Thank you.
I've got a question for you, and then I'll go to the others. But could we have that published? There's data put out each month about the region or across our region of what this retail movements are from various place to place. You've just given us the CBD, but I know that yesterday it was quoted to me that Takapuna's up 9%, Otahu's up about 2 or 3. It's patchy. So rather, and we are the whole city, so can we have you published a more reflective across the districts, how we're going, so people can see within their own area of councillors what's happening? Is it, you can't infer that CBD across the entire district.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can look into that. At the moment, we receive on a monthly basis the city centre and the region. We had previously received some of the other major centres, the metropolitan centres and some of the town centres. I think we might have foregone some of that data in terms of just trying to think about the value for money we get for these data requests, but we can look into it in terms of if you've got an interest in those other centres and get you at that wider set back again. We'll look into that. So, no.
I think Centrix produce it. Okay, so if you could publish Centrix, that'd be good. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for those updates. I do have a question, but just a quick observation, I guess, around the facts. I guess the financial reporting's indicating, no red flags, but that doesn't mean there isn't lots of pressures there. And I just want to acknowledge the one around the cost savings, around that 60+ million, and within 1 quarter being almost 50% of the way there. That's quite phenomenal. But I think we all realise that, to achieve the whole lot, it's a hard game. And I just want to mention, in terms of acknowledgement, probably through you, Phil, about ongoing efforts that's being made there, and that's a good news story. My question, Phil, is around just trying to understand around the exercise that you did around civil defence and emergency management. I just want to feel if that went out. If I put this in context, when we had the cyclone, particularly in those rural areas, since then they've resourced up with blankets and generators and particularly radios. And I think one of the weaknesses that was experienced is that the communications weren't available. And I understood there's also a relay centre at Northcote too that wasn't manned at the time, so the radio calls couldn't get through anyway. So did the exercise extend to those community response groups, I think they're called, that now have the radios so they can communicate back to the central headquarters during that? Was that part of the exercise? And if not, would it be part of another one?
Councillor, I'll have to check the detail. It was broad, and certainly not only the urban areas that there are elements of this that are desktop and elements that we put into practice to test in reality, and there was a broad spread around the region, including some footprint in the rural areas. You're right to acknowledge I don't know the total number, but we've got supplies to deal with the communications and other welfare support to civil defence centres on quite an impressive scale, all packaged up, all stored and ready to roll out when needed. So, and yes, it does include some communications capability. We've also, I don't know if councillors have seen these, we've also got, I think, 3 mobile command centres now, exactly to deal with that scenario where we need a local coordination ability out around the region that might be struggling for communication. So satellite internet, etc., etc. So we're in a much better position than we were, and it does include the ready response groups that I think you're referencing, being in the loop with that. And we've established another one of those out south now to try and get a bit more regional coverage. So I'll catch up with you offline, councillor, and fill you in.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I just want to congratulate the 3 of you on the positive points that you've raised, including the savings target, noting that the past 3 financial years we get to almost close to $500 million, so well done. I want to talk to you, Phil, though, about what we put in print versus what we hear, because a whole lot of my questions I had around this report, you answered when you spoke to us. But when you get, and I had the same question around the mayor. Retail spend for Auckland was down 5.8%. Well, I recently went to the Newmarket Business Awards and they were quite positive. So I just think some qualification around what that looks like. So when there isn't good news, for example, new dwellings consented going down about almost 20%, 19%, maybe if you could, in the report, from a quality advice, just put some contextualization around that. You speak to it beautifully, but I know all the 5 people that are watching online, might not always get that context. And when people go back to see things, they tend to look at the printed version. So that was just a suggestion, if I may, through you, Phil. Because I look at the city centre pedestrian counts and I think to myself, actually, was that really because we had FIFA on? And they were a bit higher last time, so therefore they're a bit lower. So just to look at some contextualisation, I think would be helpful on the negatives, all right? Love the positives, keep them coming, but are the negatives really, really bad, or are they because something else happened in that context? Thank you.
The answer? Okay, happy. I was just so quick and quiet. Long
question, short answer. Isn't that what you want?
No, that's very good. Righto, we'll try if we can get round the other way now. Short question, long answer from Councillor Foley, please. Councillor Foley? You're neither there in sound or sight. We'll go to Councillor Turner, who's definitely here.
Thank you. I may have missed. When do we do a revaluation on properties values for the rate setting? When's that date of that come around? And do we have a prediction on what we think the movement will be?
So we don't like to speculate. So the property revaluation work is underway. So it has been underway for some time. The revaluation date was 1 May this year. And so we've gone away and we've done a lot of work and created valuations. And that has to go through a process with the Valuer General. So we've been through that process. The Valuer General's come back and said, some parts of the city, they're looking really good. Other parts of the city, some further work is required to make sure that we are consistently and accurately applying values between properties in a consistent way, because we use it to share rates. And so the team is now going back and reworking and following up on all that extra work. And it'll come back in the new year. It'll go through a second process with the Valuer General, and it'll be out in the first half of next year. It'll go out to ratepayers. They'll get a notice of what the values are, and then that'll be used to inform rates next year. Obviously, just in terms of the property cycle, property values are lower now than they were 3 years ago. So it's definitely, for most properties, it will be a decrease. That doesn't mean that people's rates go down. It just means the average is down. What really matters is how individual properties move compared to what the average property has done.
Thank you. So, Mayor, on the back of the Deputy Mayor, I personally would like it as simple as it can be made to be explainable, because people don't see the difference between a rate increase and property values causing it's all going up or not often down. So that's going to be important for us and them. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do our best on the comms front there.
Okay, Councillor Newman. I've got Newman, Ferry, Leone, Lee, Foley and Hills.
Thank you very much. My question to the officers, I've got two questions. Firstly, about water care, and secondly, in relation to fear of funding. I'm just wondering, with respect to the update report, and it's not addressed here, we could address it in item 10, have you, in relation to the financial settings and projections moving forward, given consideration to what we're starting to see with water care with respect to their inability to enable growth and development in certain locations because of effectively red zoning choke points on the network, compromising the ability to be able to give effect to these consented developments, and what impact does any mitigation likely to have on the cost of the council organisation? This is going to be a significant issue moving forward, because there is a significant constraint on people's ability to realise what they aspire to achieve in terms of development outcomes.
That's not something we've had recent updates on. There will be, we've had some preliminary numbers through from water care, and we'll get further numbers through to feed into the group picture for the final budget. To some extent, from a group perspective, that does won't affect council debt going forward because of the separation, but we'll still need that information. Watercare will need to feed that into their business plans, and that will feed into the economic regulation. It may mean that the the IGCs, which are going well above budget at the moment, there might be a bit less IGCs as people can't connect because of some of these constraints. The bigger picture bit around, well, what is the infrastructure required to overcome those constraints? That is quite a big strategic piece that will have to be worked through with Watercare through their asset management plan, their business plans within that new framework of economic regulation.
Can I ask what sort of timing you would give for that work? Because I mean, what we have is red zoning now, and the quantum of red zoning is substantial and likely to increase given choke points on that network. I just am a little incredulous as to what we are starting to find out, but we don't really seem to be grappling that in terms of the advice, because it has a material impact on the operating performance of the council. One, because of its constraint on growth, and two, because it will have a financial implication both in terms of IGC growth that you wouldn't get, and secondly in terms of the capex that will be required to try and catch up.
Yes, although with separation, that the council groupers will be isolated a bit from those debt and revenue impacts, because it's now we look at separately from a credit rating perspective. But yes, those are, could be significant issues and impacts. Watercare are busy working on their business plan and AMP to feed into the new regulatory environment. I haven't had any indications yet around whether those constraints, whether they're starting to think differently about their AMP. So I think that's something we'd have to address those questions to Watercare, just thinking is their thinking, is their planning changing, shifting as a result of those things. So I think that's something we would have to direct those questions to Watercare.
My final question, Your Worship, on a different matter. I received advice from staff this morning, the memo in relation to local board cost budget pressures, and I'm just wondering at what point are we able to have a discussion about that, and it might, appreciate it's not going to be here, but I think that this is a matter for some whole of council resolution in relation to how we're going to approach budget pressures at local board in relation to fairer funding, because I don't want to vote for a budget that doesn't, in principle and in application, make good on what we resolve to do prior to 1 July. I want us to give effect to fairer funding, but what I'm seeing from advice from officers is that this will all have to be a matter for some reconsideration with local boards affected. If there has to be a reallocation, I'd like us to do that and to carve out fairer funding as a matter that we're not going to walk back.
Yeah, so I mean, our current plan is to work through that. These cost pressures are still changing and evolving. We'll get more information through February. So our plan was to take that to the political working group and bring it back to the budget committee in the new year. In February, we have heard from local boards this week that there is concern in that space, and people want a bit more information. We'd like to understand the issues a bit sooner in terms of informing consultation. So we're looking to see what information we can put out and provide. That will have to be the draft information, what we've got at the moment. There's no intention to change the policy principles. It's about implementing direction through the long-term plan. Without getting into the issue too much, the intention was, how do we make the funding fairer, making no one worse off, but we move to a more equitable place. The making no one work off was based off a set of costs of delivering services. Those costs have changed as some of the trends, electricity prices, living wage, etc. The costs are shifting, so we're kind of dealing with what does that mean. So what does it mean for, we're giving local boards this control discretion around the full asset-based costs of running their services. When those costs shift, how does that work? What does it mean? What's the intersection with this transition? So it's some complex pieces here. We will provide some more information, and we can work through to find out, is there an opportunity to have a budget committee discussion at an appropriate time. We'll work with the political working group to make sure we can work through these complex issues. Well, we can have a discussion around doing that a little bit sooner if we can make the time work. We're happy to provide information. We'll have better information in February, but I do acknowledge that some boards have got some concerns now and would want to have a bit more information ahead of consultation. So we'll see what we can do.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I won't speak later, so just a short shout out for the grad program. We have a number of grads who end up supporting us as they rotate through the grad program, and a number of them have then come back and got jobs supporting us and doing a great job. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to, as council support advisors and then elsewhere in the governance team. So yay for them. My question though, and I'm probably asking this today, expecting an answer perhaps when we get that more comprehensive Recovery Office report next week, is I'd like to understand the consequential OPEX implications of more Category 3 purchases. So if we can either, I don't know if there's a quick answer now, but I would really appreciate that coming in the information next week, because I'm quite worried about that aspect of it. Particularly, we're likely to have increased maintenance of these sites purely because there are more of them, and also because it will take more time to clear more sites, that kind of thing. So that's something I'd like to understand better today, if there's a brief answer, but otherwise in the information coming next week. Thanks.
I think for the purposes of today, I acknowledge the question and very much acknowledge that there is a consequential OPEX question mark here. We'll seek to address it to some degree next week. I also draw your attention to, I think we're on a February timeline to report back on how we're going to treat the residual land post the buyouts. So it's tied up with that in terms of what the profile of that land looks like as well. So it might come in two parts.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Leone, please.
Oh, kia ora. Congratulations on the work that you're doing in terms of the cost savings. My questions are just around the debt. Just wanting to get an update now with the debt separation, what our percentage is, and also with obviously the interest rates coming down, does that mean that the debt that we do have, some of those payments are envisaged to reduce, and would any of those have significant impact with our annual plan?
So with the the debt projections and the water care separation is also built into the long-term plan projections. So we are, we're basically generally tracking against that. We are seeing, so in the long-term plan we expected interest rates to come down. Gary and fellow economists are pretty good at predicting where rates go, and we've built that into the forecasts. There's a little bit of benefit in terms of interest rates being slightly below the projections, and it's helped mitigating some of the pressures, but it's not a lot, and we do lock in a lot of our interest costs. So so basically the big structural changes for water care are projected in, the general trend is predicted in, so things are generally tracking in line with the long-term plan. Don't have the current percentage debt to revenue for October, but it is in the report for the September quarter, which is the next item on the agenda. And so it'll be covered there.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions, one relating to item 5 and one relating to item 11. And I'll start off with item 11, economic market update. And the figures you've given us here indicate that the country and the city, I guess the region, is experiencing quite serious economic difficulties. It's a timely reminder because I think inside Auckland Council world, we can tend to live somewhat in a bubble. Our indicators always go up, our rates go up, our charges go up. Auckland transport charges, public transport charges go up, but behind these figures, there are real people who must be struggling right now. So I'll make the point that just about all of these figures don't directly relate to Auckland or Auckland Council, but we are responsible for a third of the country, so perhaps we are involved in this. I note that economic development is a point of consideration as part of CCO reform, the Mayor's CCO reforms, and I was struck by the references I read or hear from council officers talking about the responsibility for delivering economic development, which is an interesting concept. But obviously, more of it needs to be delivered by someone. Anyway, the question is, noting the international migration figures, 178,000 arrivals and 133,000 departures, with a net gain of 44,900. I take it from the wording, unlike most of the figures, this is not relating to Auckland itself. They're national figures, right?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. That's correct. National figures, and Auckland's typically accounted for somewhere between a third and a half of that net gain, if we look back over the last...
So it'd be good to put the actual Auckland component. And the other one is, I said the Auckland Council is not really responsible for this, the situation, but it must have some involvement given its size and the size of Auckland. But one thing I think Auckland Council is directly responsible for, in my view, is the city centre pedestrian counts for October 2024, which were down 3.2% compared to October 2023. What I would like to see, if possible, the figures for city centre pedestrian counts prior to the COVID pandemic. So the 2019 figures should be the benchmark. It's something that needs to apply also to Auckland Transport's difficulties in terms of public transport. Auckland Transport has fallen off the pace in delivering public transport compared to the situation in 2019. So it would be good for us to give some serious consideration to what I believe the Auckland Council Group is delivering to the city centre, and it ain't good. Next question, and it's to the Chief Executive, and it relates to potential financial risks, which you have addressed. I am interested to know, in terms of financial risk and risks to reputation, both in the marketplace and in the community, about the funding agreements that you, as the duly authorised Chief Executive Officer, have signed off in June relating to the St James Theatre. Why is this being delayed? Because I've heard different things which seem to be a matter of detail that could easily be cleared up with good faith. But what is happening is that people are asking me, the local member of parliament, the developer, other people in the community, and there's a curtain of silence about this, and I think we need to have an answer. Mr. Wilson, you're the guy who signed off, and I want to hear from you whether you consider we are at some risks, reputational risk and financial risk, liability risk, and letting a developer sit there month after month, according to him, costing his company $250,000 a month, and yet there's no clear communication about when the steel will be honoured.
Well, there's a number of questions there. Some of the early ones are for the chief economist, and a bit towards the end, I'll have a go at answering that.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Lee. You commented about pedestrian counts being benchmarked pre-pandemic. We have a short note that we've prepared to release, but we can make that available to councillors very shortly ahead of release. If you'd like to see some of that analysis, it's almost ready to go. We'll get that to you.
But all due respect, my question was for the Chief Executive Officer. Thank you for that. Thank you for your help.
Now, the St James thing, that's been fended off for a wee bit.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, you're not the Chief Executive Officer, please.
Sorry, I thought, well, I'll let the Chief Executive Officer, he'll know exactly what the answer is for that. Cheers. Sorry, you were looking at me and you said, it's you. I thought you meant me. Yeah, for a moment my pay went up, but...
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lee. Just for the benefit of other councillors, Councillor Lee's correct. I did sign an agreement in line with earlier direction around the St James project when I considered that certain things had been satisfied that were set down as prerequisites from yourselves. True. And insofar as there has been some delay in executing that, I think there is at least potentially a reputational risk, but one that we're attempting to manage by having the right communication with those stakeholders. Probably he is not the forum to talk about whether there is legal liability or risk in that regard, but I do acknowledge that, I do acknowledge your point in that regard. My understanding is that the delay is for a good reason, insofar as there are other considerations such as the Queen Street frontage for that site and whether there are additional things that I potentially should have taken into account. Certainly that there's a sense that you should be availed of some advice around other related aspects of that project. I probably can't speak more to it.
Can I say the Queen Street frontage is certainly a valid concern, but it's not part of the deal. However, the developer has said time and again, he can sort that if you want. But why the hold-up? And obviously, you're in a difficult situation, Mr. Wilson, but I think the public's patience is running out. You know, I often cite the Local Government Act when it comes to decision-making, the things we should do, but arbitrariness and a code of sort of silence around decisions, which are of high public interest and support, is certainly not enabled in the Local Government Act, quite the opposite.
Okay, that was a question, I believe, but Councillor Foley, are you there this time?
Yes. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, good on you.
Thank you. My apologies. My internet's not great, so I've fallen on and off. My questions are very quick, and they're to our CEO as well, Phil, please. Congratulations as well, first, for all of the hard work that you and your team are doing in terms of the savings especially. My questions are about the graduate program, and you may be able to answer it now or later, which is fine. First off, do you have stats around the percentage of the graduates who are Māori, Pasifika or female? Second, do you have stats on the percentage of the graduates that do then actually go on to gain employment at council? And then lastly, an ask from me, when you do go out for the next recruitment round, if you could send a link to us as councillors so that we can share them with our communities and networks as well. Kia ora.
Talofa, Councillor. It's in simple terms, yes and yes and yes. We do have those statistics. I don't have them in front of me, but can be shared afterwards. We do understand what hit rate we've had in terms of moving graduates into permanent employment historically. And I'm very happy to share with you any recruitment material that you can take advantage of in terms of sharing the opportunity with your networks. Welcome that.
Good. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
For that question, Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. And to the question about economy before, I think you mentioned Takapuna, Mayor. It's actually 12.9, not 9 increase. And to your question, Deputy Mayor, Newmarket was down 9.6 on this time last year. So there's quite a wide spread of ranges, but most areas are down, unfortunately. On the figures for unemployment, so if I think lost about 40,000 jobs countrywide in the last 6 months, how are we tracking, or do you know how we're tracking for Auckland? Because I know through the GFC, Auckland was sort of far worse than the rest of the country, especially on youth unemployment. Are we looking at the data across there?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. The national unemployment rate in the most recent quarter, I think it's quarter 3, is 4.8%. And I think Auckland, from memory, is very close to that. So as a percentage rate, not too different at this point. But you're right that youth unemployment tends to be higher and be a bit more persistent when we come out of such downturns.
Thank you. And the monetary policy statement yesterday does say we're going to be in the country, I guess, but hopefully not. But looks like we're going to be in more pain for longer than expected. Are we also looking at how that affects our infrastructure and other parts of the organisation? So I don't know if Phil or others have been looking at how we are able to get things done. You know, is it affecting what we need to do as well as the broader economy? Because it does seem like the slowdown of house consents building, the the effects on GDP are sort of greater, and also the numbers of people leaving, skilled labour is leaving quicker than expected. Are we looking at anything we need to do to help the city?
Well, if I could just comment briefly in response and perhaps hand to others who may have further perspectives. But thank you, Councillor. I think with respect to infrastructure, so much of it is long-lived, and we're really building for the medium to long term. And often we're very much in the moment, thinking about the fluctuations that we face, whether we're on the down or on the up. And we're at the moment, we're sort of coming hopefully to the end of quite a long downturn. And so I think we've got to be careful about not overweighting where we are in the moment through these cycles that do fluctuate. And when it comes to delivering infrastructure, we've got to keep our minds on the medium term and that 10-year horizon, certainly for the long-term plan. But others may wish to jump in.
My go at this, Councillor, is to say the principal discussion we're having that I think is useful is about getting as much long-run certainty as we can about the capital program and the project, the program of work that sits there, and not just the very big infrastructure projects, but also the program, that community facilities has at a more local level, for example. The key thing for the contractors is to have continuity of work, or at least a reasonable assurance that there's a pipeline there that enables them to make the investments in their workforce and to hang on to people, because there's not reassurance that there will definitely be work, but enough assurance that there's a pipeline of work. So that's where a lot of the discussion is, that has a bearing on retaining skills at an industry level.
And two more questions. One is on the water care, the red zoning. When I was getting questions about that about a month ago of maps and things getting out there, I went obviously to yourself and Megan and Watercare about that, and that's part of the reason why it was released. I guess long term, with them slightly further separated from us, how will we ensure this type of thing doesn't happen again, or there's ability for us to be updated in a confidential way? So we, I was briefed on the morning before it was released out, but most of us didn't have information. And I think when we are thinking of the DC infrastructure related and this infrastructure, how do we ensure that we're able to bring all that together? Or maybe it's your discussion with the CEOs, just to, not saying that we need special treatment, but we do need the lines to allay fears, or to make sure people understand all at the same time, as opposed to sort of a patchwork way of getting things.
Look, I think that's an entirely reasonable observation and request. It has been raised. I acknowledge that issues been raised with me offline by some other councillors, that there wasn't sufficient briefing advice about what was going to be said and when was it going to be in the public arena. So I think I will work with my colleagues to make sure that that is improved.
And the last question, just on the pedestrian count, are we able to have a bit of a review of what it's actually measuring and not measuring? And if we're only going to use pre-COVID, some of the discussion last time was actually the pedestrian counts, some are broken, or we do have put some others in that weren't in before COVID. And the fact is, Commercial Bay and big tranches of Wynyard Quarter weren't open before COVID, 2019. I mean, Commercial Bay opened 2021, I think. So you've got thousands of people working different parts of the city that aren't being measured. And I just want to maybe how we can refocus and look at what, if people are travelling in a different way or walking, I catch my bus down at Key Street and it's pretty busy down there every day, but I know we're not counting most of that area. So if we're just counting Midtown forever, when things have moved around the city, it would be good just to review what that's actually telling us. I know that some of those buildings are filling up. We've got very low occupancy, low vacancies now in the office space, commercial space, compared to pre-COVID. So it'd just be good to have a bit of an understanding of are they the right places still?
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's consistent with the earlier question from Councillor Simpson. You want a bit more context in the reports? We have been quite careful to use a sample of cameras that have been running the whole time from pre-pandemic to now. That was very much in the context of how we comparing now to pre-pandemic, but you're right, there are a wider set of cameras now, and we can look at that too. So we'll put some effort in to make sure that that information has got context around it and that it's visible to you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's possibly why I've asked for the centric stuff, to give you a bit of a view. Pedestrian counts can also be mucked up by somebody doing some work on one side of the street. And moving and seconding that, I think Councillor Sayers wants to move that. I'm happy to second that. You guys retire in case there's a bit of debate that we haven't covered. Any people got their hands up for debate of this? Some of those questions sounded quite debateful, but in that case, I shall put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. It's now 12:35. We'll break till 1:05 for lunch. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just going to introduce item 10. Okay, this is the Auckland Council Group, Iki Panuku, Tāteki, Auckland Unlimited, Watercare, Port of Auckland quarterly performance reports. Again, Michael and Karuna, we've read it, but we'd like you to say, just to provide a little quick high performance thing before we get into questions, if that's all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've definitely got a quorum. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got 12. Okay. Off you go, thanks. Checking to see I had a quorum.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. So as the Mayor has mentioned, this paper presents the Auckland Council Group Quarterly Performance Report for the first quarter of this financial year. Included with the overall report is the usual detail on the Auckland Council entity, but also quarterly reports from each of the substantive CCOs, except Auckland Transport, where they presented their quarterly report to the Transport, Resilience and Infrastructure Committee on the 7th of November. So normally these CCO reports would come through to the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee, but the December meeting of this committee has been cancelled. So I will take the paper and associated reports as read and just highlight a few key headlines around the group's performance. Just before I do this, I just want to briefly mention that this first quarter report has been changed with the intent of having a shorter, more concise report reflecting our ongoing commitment within Council to improve performance reporting. So lower number of pages, just one report. When we've introduced some more visual design elements, we have removed the strategic focus areas and replaced these with the critical priorities identified for each investment area as outlined in the long-term plan, acknowledging though, of course, that there's always room for improvement. Apologies for that. So group capital investment for the quarter was 881 million, which represented 89% delivery against our LTP budget. The key driver of the slower start to the year was the uncertainty around government funding towards our planned transport program. Now that clarity on this has been received and you've made decisions around the transport program in response, Auckland Transport can proceed with delivery. At the end of the quarter, group net debt was around 12.5 billion, a $228 million increase from the June year end as we borrow to invest in new and improved assets for the city. This is budgeted to increase to 14 billion by the end of the financial year and annualised represents a debt to revenue ratio of 253%. The Council continues to maintain its strong credit ratings of AA from S&P Global and AA2 from Moody's. Onto our operating performance. At the end of the quarter, the group was sitting at 72 million favourable to budget. This was due to higher than expected revenue and reduced spend. Operating spend was 59 million below budget, mainly due to lower than planned repairs and maintenance expenditure. Direct revenue of 756 million was 13 million higher than budget, and this was due to a combination of factors such as high consenting activity and water usage. With the total group workforce stood at 11,510 full-time equivalents. So this was a slight lift on the number at the end of June, with the increase led by frontline staff, such as librarians, animal shelter staff, staff for the Transport Contact Centre, and public transport officers to enhance public transport network security. For the Council parent and group shared services, the number of FTE sat at 6,510, around 240 below the budgeted level of 6,750. Moving on to our non-financial performance. Out of the 21 measures, 17 have been achieved. Those not achieved, shown in red up there, relate to building consent processing times, although as Phil mentioned, they have increased on the previous year. the amount of high-risk alcohol premises visited is behind where we plan to be by this time of the year. This is because staff are focusing on implementation of the new local alcohol policy, and they will be prioritising proactive inspections again later in the year. So that's for the Auckland Council entity performance measures. Given for the CCOs included in this item, Eke Panuku on track for all statement of intent performance measures to be met by year end. Tātaki Auckland Unlimited reported 9 of its KPIs as met or on track to be met, with the remaining 3 not reported this quarter. Of the 25 measures tracked for water care, 20 we met and 5 were not. Those not met related to attendance at sewerage overflows, leakage performance and input to resource consents. All of the performance targets for Port of Auckland are on track, with the exception of their capital program, which was slower than budgeted. And at that point, I hand it back to you for questions, Mayor Brown. We have got some staff here in person and online. Thank you.
Is that it? You're not saying anything? Well, you two come along for then. Okay, Councillor Newman's got a question for you.
Well, my questions for water care, are they online? Okay, well, all right. Well, yeah, I mean, I wanted to have a conversation about paragraph 41 in the report. Development controls have been put in place in areas where treatment plants are reaching capacity. Total water storage is low target. You know, that first sentence with respect to capacity, and follows on from the inquiry that where they are not meeting their target in terms of input for resource consent applications. That's interesting. So you're not able to talk to those matters, obviously, but we should be, as a region, talking about this matter most definitely, given that what we're talking about is development controls, which are a handbrake at a time when we are trying to enable the targets that the government has set with respect to housing and etc. So when can we talk about that?
Through the chair, we can either ask for that water care to address those issues in a deep dive session early in the new year through the CCO committee, or it might be relevant through the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee. I'll talk to you offline, and I think we'll scope up exactly what we're asking for water care to come back and have that discussion about, and we'll just put that on the agenda for the appropriate committee early in the new year.
And I guess if you could take this question and come back to me, I'm interested to know the gap between the number of residential dwellings that are being consented and said dwellings that are constructed within, say, 12 months, 2 years of consent being issued. I'm seeing an awful lot of product being built which is not being sold. I see a really substantial supply of housing out there that nobody wants to pay for. Well, nobody wants to buy it at an agreed price. So there's something going on there whereby we are celebrating consented building activity for things that don't seem to actually reach the market price for people to purchase and move in. You won't have that answer today, but I'm interested in some research on that. If you can provide it back in writing in a memo to me, I'd be very grateful.
Yeah, we'll look to do that. Thank you, Councillor Newman.
No other questions? I'm going to ask about Eke Panuku and that Richard Bridge. It doesn't seem to have followed anything remotely like a budget. And how does that affect things? I mean, it was going to only cost $2 million to build it, and then it was going to be $7 million to fix it. Now it's $12 million to fix it, and it doesn't look like it's fixed yet. And surely, I mean, we can't have those sorts of things that have no effect or impact. If it's got no impact, then we can't have any accuracy anywhere. So, eh? Yeah, I think I'm just talking about the budgeting impact on it. So, what have you heard there?
Eke Panuku's been sending regular updates on that project to all of the councillors. I believe it's when they begun the repairs and sort of effectively pulling the bridge apart, that there was other items that needed repairing, and replacing, and so the budget increased accordingly. Although the work, I think, is still being done within the time frame that was envisaged, but the budget did increase as more defects in the bridge were discovered when repairs began.
I'm not sure if I understood that, but I mean, they seem to be able to dramatically increase the cost of doing something or other, and it doesn't seem to be a problem somehow or other. Whereas we're dramatically increasing the number of houses that we're going to category 3, and there's going to definitely be a problem. So how does that happen? Have they just got some sort of limitless thing that they can pile into, which seems to be a good reason for dragging them in, because we'll drag in all this money we can spend as well.
The short answer to that is that Eke Panuku, like all of the CCOs, are given a capital projects budget for the year, and if the budget in one of those projects is more than what they forecast, then they've got to reprioritise that from other projects that we've funded them to do, and they've got to manage their program of projects within the budget that you give them.
Yeah, well, I expect that's how you do it. But I mean, if you've got one that's clearly in the public eye as being a sudden dramatic increase over what had been initially it should have some sort of response in the report back. Not that everything, if you read this, everything's wonderful, but somehow or other, the $7 million is going to be found to the difference between one and the other. So what aren't they doing?
We can get them to report that back to you, and we'll circulate some information to all the governing body members about how they've had to reprioritise their capital program.
Reports are important, but we tend to gloss over them. But the idea of the things below budget due to timing differences and all, it's kind of waffle. If there's something that people know about, we should be able to be told about it. I get asked about it every day. How can you suddenly pay for that? I don't know. No other questions?
I was just going to ask where the CCOs are, because I had a question for Panuku as well, but why aren't they here?
So, as we do in the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee, the CCOs don't attend for the quarterly report updates, but we have them on a regular cycle of coming in for deep dive sessions on particular issues and their performance discussion. And this is simply a product of the CCO committee being cancelled in December because of the reshuffle of committees to allow the governing body decision making. No.
It was not Councillor Henderson's fault. He helped everyone because everything had to move for governing body, which was your fault.
I'm not.
So you're saying that even if
yes.
The other one, they wouldn't be here.
I'm not going to
Must
say
have been a
it's
tanny
anybody's
fire,
fault. I think. But the short story is that there's more in-depth performance discussions each month at the CCO doc, and so we don't have every CCO coming in for their quarterly performance discussions. If there are questions, we can take them back and get them answers for you. Otherwise, when they're programmed to come into the CCO committee, we can have those discussions there.
Okay. Councillor Walker's rescued things by showing interest in this to join me in the questioning section.
Really just following your lead, Mr Mayor, and it goes to questions of the CCOs and the matter of accountability and transparency. And I cannot help but recall a meeting that I attended where there was a proposition put up by the, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Lee, was it the Save the Dockyard Tram group? Mike's busy. But there was a proposition for an alternative bridge, and my recollection is that it was cheaper. This is a completely new bridge than the repairs to the bridge that they're putting up, and this bridge would have enabled the movement of a tram across.
It was well over 40 million, and this.
So
it was well over 40 million, and the council said no. We said no.
Okay, well, I've just been reminded that we wandered off course from questions to debate and entertainment almost, actually, but fair enough.
It's
okay, it appears though more actual questions, so you three can retire and relaxed. And we'll put the last bit down to debate, but I got the point. And in fact, there were people who enjoyed the ferry so much they said they don't want to catch the bridge anymore. So there you go. Any debate on this? Beg your pardon? There you are. Moved and seconded, debating. Anyone interested? Councillor Turner.
Just sitting here as a tradie, those figures that you just quoted, how do we... The only thing I don't hear in this place is the words, why so much? We should be asking that more and more and more. That's where the money's going. Thank you.
I think that was reason 364 for bringing Eke Panuku back in, because we can't ask quite so much at the moment, but there you are. Okay, any further debate on this one? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour of receiving that report, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much. That's received. We're now going to... Item 11, which is the regional update on the regional deal. This should be a short one. We've been asked by the Minister of Local Government if we want to submit a light touch proposal for a regional deal, whatever that means. Pardon? Well, move, but I just finished my little corridor to open it yet, but I know you're happy to move. We're all happy to move home probably, but I want this to be called the Auckland deal and include things like simple legislative fixes, integrated transport planning, shared immigration planning, collaboration on science, innovation and technology, long-term agreement on major projects, particularly ones which we are supposedly partners. We got in the letter there, typically as of Wellington in a joint partnership way, a form to fill out with 19 separate bits, but we won't be doing it that way. We'll send back a grown-up person's letter. Stu's here, who's working with this, so it's been moved by... this will require a bit of staff did a bit of work over summer to build a proposal, and I've suggested a political reference group inform that before a draft proposal comes back to us in February. So we're just going to say we're selling the government, yes, we are going to fill out something a bit like the form, and we'll do some work on this, but we won't send it until February when we all sit down and are brought up to date with what we're going to say. So up there, so it's been moved by Councillor Walker, and I'll second this, and now I'll open it up for questions of Max and Stu, and then we'll have a debate about it. So I've got questions already from Councillors Newman and Fletcher. Did you not have one, Councillor Fletcher first then?
My question is, where are we at resuming the meetings that used to take quarterly between the Prime Minister and senior government ministers and the full council? Because I think to have one of those, it would actually assist an Auckland deal, because there would be an understanding of all of the issues that we're trying to traverse here. So I would prefer to see an invitation be sent with some urgency to the government ministers that they attend as soon as possible a meeting of the Auckland Council. Our CEO is well experienced in those meetings, and I wonder that have we actually formally invited them? Would it be possible to do so? So I'll let Max respond.
I might comment that we have the Prime Minister agreed to a quarterly meetings with at least myself and some that I can bring in. We had two, but we didn't get the last one, and it's now. But I have been invited to go to Wellington. It's a bit annoying because he's actually an MP in Auckland, but I have been invited to go to Wellington to meet in December, and I don't think we really wanted the whole 21 of us, and I think it would be a bit hard to do, but I will very much encourage him to meet in Auckland so that we can do what you want to do, which is
Your
not
Worship,
a bad idea.
the success of previous meetings, and we would not have got the CRL across the line unless we had had those meetings, was that the ministers came here, and those ministers saw that on the majority of issues, Council was completely united. And I think an invitation, I'm asking you whether we could formally invite government ministers to come to the Auckland Council.
Well, make it formal, but we certainly are talking to them regularly about meeting here. But we have been, and I'm going to be forced to fly down there to spend half an hour with someone who lives in Auckland, which seems to me to be nuts. But
I have much sympathy that you shouldn't be flying to Wellington, but if we are not clear about our aspirations, maybe they are misunderstanding. Maybe it's something that could come from our CEO and yourself as a joint invitation, and have it on the schedule for next year.
Happy to take that advice. I'm sure we're doing everything bar that at the moment. The Chief Executive is chatting regularly with his counterparts, and so are we. But at this stage here, we are planned to have, it is planned that I will have a meeting with the Prime Minister in later December. But but I will very much convey your message there, Councillor Fletcher, which is in keeping with what we want to do.
I wonder, to that end, would you entertain, under the recommendation in E, that an invitation be extended to the government?
Here.
Now, Councillor Newman, have you still got a question or not?
Well, my question, I guess, is to the mover and the seconder. Actually, I'm kind of loath to, because I generally don't volunteer my time for these sorts of all-ins, but I'd actually be quite interested in being part of this political reference group myself. And the reason for that is that I think that having gone through I hate the term strategic, to be honest, the background document to this deal arrangement, there are a range of quite important aspects to this that relate to funding and alignment that I would like us to address, and I'd like some input into that. I also think that, it is very much, from the terms of reference for this document, it appears very much to address the enabling of the agenda of government, and I do think there does need to be some degree of negotiation as part of a regional deal around some of the expectations that government is prepared to reconsider, particularly in relation to density standards and et cetera, In the previous item, we've just had a reference to red zoning and choke points in relation to our network that's not going to enable growth in certain locations. I'd like to just be available for that if you will indulge me, Chair. If the mover and the seconder would.
Sounds good to me.
Well, Councillor Lee's next. We'll work our way through. Then I've got Councillor Henderson.
Okay. Can I just say, in support of Councillor Fletcher, the meeting of the New Zealand Government Cabinet and the governing body took place for about 6 years under the leadership of Mayor Len Brown, and came to an end after Mayor Phil Goff was elected, I think the last meeting I can recall, and there were, you know, the leading members of the cabinet were in the room, John Key, Stephen Joyce, Nick Smith, Paula Bennett, and so on, Simon Bridges, they all used to come, and because they considered the Auckland Council and the problems of Auckland serious enough for the cabinet to come and, you know, discuss it kanohi ki kanohi, if you like. Now, I can understand the mayor wanting to meet with the Prime Minister or other leaders by himself. That's his right, and I would support that. But it shouldn't preclude what I thought was a novel and very constructive initiative initiated by John Key and Len Brown. It should be restored. Thank you.
Okay, well, the request will be made. Fair enough, I'm not opposing that. Councillor Henderson?
Thank you. I've got a completely different question.
Great.
Massively fan of regional deals. Think they work overseas. Fantastic stuff. We hear a lot about the positives. I just want to get a sense of what are the risks. What are the potential downsides to this process?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, through Chair. I mean, I think probably the key risk is just wasted effort, I suppose, given we haven't been formally invited to participate. In fact, all councils have received a letter from the Minister inviting them to, you know, potentially make a proposal, and so there's some risk of wasted effort if a deal doesn't eventuate, or the deal eventuates but it doesn't amount to much. I think we mitigate that by, and the framework attempts to mitigate that by suggesting that we develop what they call a light touch proposal, which is we don't overwork the proposal. We base it on existing work and plans rather than inventing new ideas and plans for the proposal. So that I think is well mitigated as a risk, but that is probably the main risk. The other risk for the council to be, you know, probably to keep in mind is something that Councillor Newman mentioned, which is, you know, the regional deal framework understandably reflects the government's priorities for in terms of regional growth and development, and it's, I think, it would be the intention of, I assume, of the governing body, and certainly supported by staff, that there's a strong message around what Auckland's priorities and Auckland Council's priorities are, and making sure that the deal is in fact a deal that reflects the joint aspirations of both the government and the council, rather than being one-sided. So that's again the risk and the mitigation. But those would be the two main risks I would raise. The international evidence is that, you know, there's a range of different things called city deals or regional deals around the world. They're all quite different. Where they have worked better, I think, is where they are based on partnership, a degree of devolution to regions, you know, so understanding about joint objectives and priorities, rather than being quite, you know, in some cases deals haven't been that successful when they've been quite transactional and focused on individual projects which may or may not be funded anyway. So it is around trying to centre it on joint objectives and aspirations, and enabling regions to get on and realise our own aspirations, I suppose.
Thanks, it's really helpful. Thanks, Matt.
We did prepare a paper about what we thought Auckland was about. It had a very flash name, and we're going to update that.
The Manifesto for Auckland.
The manifesto. And we'll review that after a year of the current government, and send another copy of that down with it. I think that the downside possible, Councillor Henderson, is that it just descends into an election slogan that never really got anything. It was a city deal, then it became a regional deal. Then they've asked every councillor in the country to send one in, so I don't want to be tangled up with the city of Ekatauna or wherever that is. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to separate a couple of things here. So one is around, so I ask it as a question, just so we're all kind of clear. So one's about, we've been invited to do a regional deal, right? So along with every other council. So we will start this by saying we're different, blah, blah, blah. It's basically, I wrote down paragraph 9 of the Mayor's original manifesto, which is the things that you want to see, happen. I think the risk is putting too much in there, because the Mayor has, for the councillors that don't know, the Mayor does have regular meetings with both the Minister for Auckland and other ministers on his own, right? So he does have those. So their relationship is there with staff and the relevant ministers. So I think I absolutely support the regional deal. I think but I'm also cautious that you don't put too much in it, because we are so different. And if you're looking at from a national perspective, from a country perspective, we are quite unique. So I don't want to invest too much time in a regional deal that the Mayor has already had a lot of conversations around. That is continuing that process. So all power to you in a separate process. So I support where it is. I think as to the makeup of the group, we've just got to be careful that the group represents all the different parts that will feed to the points of the regional deal, right? So when you ask for 2 local boards, you're not just asking for any 2 local boards. They've got to come with the choice, and I don't know who's making them, whether it's the Mayor or you guys, on who those local boards are. But they've got to fill a gap that is a bit of urban, bit of rural, to give that full context of what we are, right? Is that where you're coming from?
Yep, that's a great question, Deputy Mayor. What we'd thought of doing was inviting the local boards to decide on 2 reps, but one of the suggestions we'd have is look at the 2 local boards facing the greatest growth in the next 30 years, which off the top of my head are Franklin and Waitemata, but asking the local boards to decide who they'd like to be on that working group. Also noting, look, it is over summer, and it's a big ask for elected members and a big time commitment over a very short window.
Yeah, good point around that. And the second aspect, so as regard to E, this is not actually about the regional deal, right? So E is really more about council, would I be correct, councillor? It's more about council-government relations. So
Not
or
at
is it
all.
about the regional deal?
Not at all, with respect through you, Chair. It is about helping the Prime Minister and the ministers understand the plethora of issues and the range of tools they have in their toolbox to help us in establishing a deal. So whether it's passing legislation to enable a visitor levy, whether it's the Auckland Future Fund legislation which is on the timetable, it's around legislation that we require. It's about the integrated transport plan that we need. It's about looking at the infrastructure going forward. And frankly, God knows where we are with Plan Change 78. It's about getting that dialogue going. So you want that very much so, yes.
There'll be I think that those are not mutually exclusive. We need to improve. As Max had said, the most successful runs of the world where the basis of it is mutual respect. And in terms of mutual respect, we got 19 points for a light touch sent to us on Friday afternoon with a note we had to say whether we wanted in or out within 2 days, which is something a bit less than mutual respect. Nevertheless, we will earn mutual respect. The next question comes from Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. It's sort of not really a question, it's really just I completely support that, and I was a councillor that was around the table in the time when Len Brown was here. And one of the things, and I think Councillor Fletcher picked on it, is Plan Change 78 is something that we really need to have the Prime Minister and the members of Parliament around the table really understanding what's happening in Auckland. And And I know, Your Worship, I know that when you were standing for the mayoralty and other mayoralty candidates were standing, I took you around to show you some of the really good examples of what I could see was coming. And this network capacity for Auckland with the water care and the wastewater was something that I could see back in 2000, 2004 when I organised that Audit New Zealand report. And I knew this was going to happen, and I think it's really, really important that we get people like the Minister, Chris Bishop, to really understand what is happening here with Plan Change 78. So I really endorse this and hope all the members around here will support E, because I think it would be really good to get the ministers around the table to really understand and even to come and walk with some of this to have a look at some of the issues.
Okay, thank you for that. Actually, during lunchtime, I was asked to answer a few questions about Plan 78, and I was unable to answer them clearly. So I think I'm going to ask it on the next GV or next opportunity that Megan brings us up to date with. I mean, planning is a language which is something like English, but it's very easy to misunderstand. And the letters that I get from the ministers are hard to understand and often not don't make sense in relationship to what the other ones want. So Plan Change 78 in itself doesn't warrant a regional deal, but it does warrant some clear understanding on all sides. There is some tension between some of the ministers and what they write to us, really. Minister Bishop is very keen on getting on with it and then not so keen to getting on with it. And so would be best to address your panel there, Richard Hills?
Yeah, we are trying to figure out how to bring something back to December. Megan has been in touch back and forth with the Minister's office. I've spoken to the Minister 2 weeks ago, told him all of our concerns that are the same concerns as we've had from the beginning. Myself, you and Angela Dalton have written to the Minister. I think there's a letter due to come back. But our main goal has still got to be that legislative change before we can do anything. Most of our side of things are ready to not go, but we just need movement. So we are worried that it's stretching out further and further, but we're waiting on answers. But hopefully we'll have a formal update in December, even if it's an informal update. I know that Megan is speaking directly with the Minister as well.
Okay, well, I don't want this to overwhelm the debate about a city deal. So what we'll do is we'll ask the CEO to make sure that within the next month, Megan and whoever else can attempt to clarify the issue for us. So at least we all understand the same thing. Because even if I talk to all of you, I get 20 different answers. And I'm honest enough to say that I don't fully understand it, to be honest. Okay, thank you. And this, Councillor Fletcher, do you want a third go or are you right now?
I think I've made my point, but it's interesting for me that where Phil Goff wanted to deal directly himself, we didn't actually achieve a lot. And just as you have quite correctly pointed out with CCOs, maybe we can approach it slightly differently. And I think advocacy with Wellington could be addressed a little differently and we might get a better result. And that is in no way disrespectful to the advocacy you've brought, but it's really to allow all of us to back you up.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, this was moved by Councillor Walker and seconded by myself. You guys withdraw. That was, whilst that in theory was questions, it sounded much more like a debate to me. So is there anybody got anything further to add to this before I put this? Councillor Newman has. And Councillor...
Well, thanks. I mean, I had requested an amendment to add my name. I think I had the agreement of the mover, possibly not yours. There's been one contribution which possibly reflects a view contrary to that, which is fine. I'm not sure if I'm going to be included or not, but anyway, I'd like to be. Just, I guess, with respect to the regional deal, Your Worship, I mean, I take the point from Councillor Fletcher, actually. I think in the first 6 years that I was here, the relationship that the council had with government really didn't seem to achieve very much at all. I think it was quite a tight arrangement between those people who are part of that discussion. Wasn't me, but it didn't really seem to achieve much for Auckland. I think that whatever you think about the whole concept of the regional deal, gracious government is for putting that on the table for some discussion. I actually think that there has been a movement from central government which has been useful for Auckland, and I think that the water reform is a case in point. I think there's some really good discussions that can be had in relation to some very positive changes with respect to the GPS on land transport. I think that there are some, it might not be supported by everybody, but I think that the roads of national significance will be of some benefit to a lot of Aucklanders. I do think there are a lot of issues in the housing space that need to be resolved. And part of that is information that ministers need to understand, but also their advisors. The advisors to ministers need to address, which they haven't, because clearly the density standards don't work well for Auckland. And the other thing is clearly the plan changes, which need to be, obviously the council suffers every time we have a permissive planning arrangement that allows for these plan change applications to be lodged and processed. But if I can just say, Chair, I think that with respect to my request, either that is going to be accepted or it's not. But for that to not be acknowledged, I think is poor form.
Thank you for that. Councillor Henderson.
Okay. Look, I just wanted to pick up on that really good answer there from staff around the risks. Devolution was a really important part of that for me, that we should be going to the table and asking for responsibilities to be devolved to us. I'm still a little bit anxious about what we might be giving up in this process. So, I trust that the group will fight for us in that regard, and we'll also be ratifying it, I'm sure, before it becomes the law of the land. So in both situations, I think we're good, but not transactional, I think, is a really important part of that. Just putting it out there that we probably need to put up things like tourism, that we do not get our fair share there. Major events is a massive issue. We can ask for a laundry list of things, but the key point as well is that we have to have broad agreement at this table about it, right? I don't think we should be putting things in that from our side that are particularly controversial at this table because we have to agree to it. So those are kind of just some scraps of thoughts. Oh, last one. We've got local boards there. I think that the Chairs Forum is a good way of deciding who gets to do that. I would not agree with automatically defaulting to places that are facing the most growth because, for one, we can't predict it. We were wrong in predicting this in the past. Also, we need to be looking at places that already have lots of growth, had lots of growth in the last decade, that has not been addressed, and we're still playing catch up on that. Henderson, Massey, Upper Harbour, plenty of places, right? So I think we just leave that to the local board chairs to decide who they want to represent them. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. That was my first crack. I'll have a bit of a think about that. We might consider the chair of the appointments committee in addition. I haven't put names to people here, or rather went for positions, but and I wanted to keep it at kind of high level stuff rather than diving into section plan change 38. We could just consider planning, and then rather than diving into individual pieces of legislation, I was thinking hold it up at pieces of legislation that the government can pass that don't cost any money, just so that we can improve at a high level. If you dive into the weeds, we'll be stuck in the weeds. So, and then they talk about housing. I want to talk about immigration. The last government suddenly turned on the tap in their last throes and put 64,000 new Uber drivers in here who all want houses and streets to walk on. And so we need to have a bit of a say on that. are people coming in or not, and who are they? What do we want? So can we go? I'd like to have a high-level debate rather than, and then when weeds come up like Section 74, we'll be able to say, righto, 2 of our people will talk to Councillor Bishop and sort this out. I mean, Minister Bishop. And there are other things, marriage issues and whatnot too. But if we're not careful, it'll become as big as the Bible and as ineffective. So there is Councillor Walker and Councillor Lee are adding into this. Sorry,
I'd like to speak in support of Councillor Newman being on this political reference group. Well, I'm supportive of that. It's a political reference group. I think most of us would know that Councillor Newman understands the politics, probably of this government more than most of us. Okay, so, well, I'm supportive of you regardless. Even if you're not interested, I'm interested that you're interested and should be there.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, but I'm losing it. Thank you.
I'm happy to consider that too. Thank you very much. I think you make good points. Councillor Lee.
Just for the record, and I may have missed an amendment to the Act or whatever, but there's now routine reference to the Independent Māori Statutory Board, which is a statutory body under the Local Government Auckland Amendment Act, as Haukura. Now, clearly that's the preferred name now, but for the members of the public and for the record, there should be an inclusion, perhaps in brackets, of IMSB to let people know what we're talking about. Even in the mayoral proposal, there's a routine reference to Haukura. Not many people outside this room know what that is, and they should. That's my request. Thank you.
I'm quite happy to accept that. It's a bit like Tāteki. The people at the tennis club didn't realise it was actually councillors' money. Righto, good point. Thank you very well made for that. That seems to be the end of people who are desperate to say something or other. So this has been moved and seconded. And I'll pick up on all their recommendations and chew them over. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. And like we've done pretty well there, thank you very much. We are now moving to item 12.
Your Worship, can I just...
Oh, I'm sorry. The Chief Executive has interrupted. 11.8.
The speed of that caught me out a little bit. There was a discussion happening in the background because of actually several councillors' desire to participate in this. So we were about to put up on the screen a small amendment that said, and any other councillors who wish to participate. Okay, so I apologise, this is kind of a bit out of whack in terms of the resolution, but I didn't want there to be any ill feeling about anyone's name being on there who wanted to participate, and the Mayor's office and Max are entirely comfortable with that.
I think remember you saying that. So
my understanding of the reference group is those people have to show up, and anyone else who's interested can show up. Okay? Right. But the more it's not the more the merrier, it's usually the more the longer. But thank you for offering that, and I'm now going to offer that all councillors who wish to attend the Chief Executive's meetings are welcome to go to that as well. We'll assume that passed as it was. Righto, thanks very much. I'm going to item 12 rather. Status update on action decisions from the governing body, which is something or other about telling us whether we did it or not. And has anyone read these? I'll go and look them up quickly.
Can I just ask a question on this, Your Worship, please? Just on the Fix and Finish Fund memo that went out on the 24th of October. Am I in the right? Yeah. The next steps don't include governing body sign-off. So, it just goes to you. So I'm just wondering, will we as councillors get a chance to see the final and approve it? And if so, when?
I'm not sure everyone can hear that, but there is an undertaking that the Fix and Finish Fund will come back to the governing body.
Didn't want it approved before we had a chance to see it. Thank you.
Is anyone prepared to move this and second it? Councillor, who?
Councillor Walker.
Walker's moved it, seconded by Councillor Baker. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, carried. Item 13, the summary of the governing body and committee information memoranda. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, it's Erica Stanford. It says here on page 35, Eric Stanford's a bloke. It's Erica, if that's okay, without changing its meaning at all, that minor amendment. It's been moved and seconded, and all those in favour, please say aye. And to the contrary, carried. I think at that stage here, I can say that we have achieved a new world record in finishing the GV just before 2 o'clock. I'd like to thank all those attending, and the meeting is now closed.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sandra. Thanks, Sonia.